All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome once again to the Twitch Sphere. It's Captain Nabs with you here, coming to you live from where are we today? We're in Denver. We're not actually in Denver, but in the sim today. We are coming to you live from Denver. We are sitting in the airport, just checking out our airplane, getting ready to go. It's kind of nice when you do have some of these terminals where you can actually be inside the building and actually look out and see the airplane outside that you're going to get into. So it's kind of a neat perspective. So I thought I'd share that one. The sunrise is kind of dramatic this morning in Denver. It's really looking nice, but yeah. It's been a couple weeks, so first of all, I just want to apologize. I thought I was going to be able to even get a stream in last week, and it just I've got sim coming up, so I've been studying like mad for that to make sure that I'm all up on everything, and I haven't forgotten anything over the last little while. So last week was a little bit hectic for that, and it's also birthday time. It's Halloween. There's 1,000 things going on in life right now. So yeah, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. It's a little bit hectic right now in my life, so I've got this one chance, I think, to get a stream in today. This is basically it. Just making sure, it's just getting this stream in today, and then I don't think I'm going to have a chance for at least another 2 to 3 weeks, probably at least 3 weeks, if not more. So I really kind of want to get this in today because I do enjoy these. I really have a lot of fun doing them. They're a lot of work to do. Like it took me at least 15 minutes more prep work than I thought to kind of get everything ready, get everything in place. And even so, at the last minute, I'm like, oh, wait, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. Like, I used to have a checklist, and I got rid of it, and I really need to bring it back, because in the beginning, streaming in MSFS was easier because there wasn't as much stuff to run. But now I'm beginning to feel like, I'm kind of back to, maybe there's a lot of stuff to run. And Uncle Wiki says, fantastic. He gets the same anxiousness from this view of wanting to get the boarding started already. And yes, exactly. It's fun. It's like, oh, the anticipation. I can see the airplane out there. Let's go get into it. And that's one of the things that I am kind of really looking forward to in Microsoft Flight Simulator is the ability to walk around a little bit. So all I have right now is the drone camera, which is not terrible, but if I try to kind of walk with it, and my drone cameras, of course, at a ridiculous speed, and if I try to walk down that jet bridge, you're not going to see anything. So it's not going to be ideal. But I think that's kind of neat. The idea that we'll actually be able to kind of interact with our airplanes a little bit in a walk around kind of sense. I think that's going to be fun in its own way. Will it be a novelty that wears off? Maybe. But I do like the idea of being able to go outside and go do the walk around. So if we go down the jet bridge, and the jet bridge is just a whole bunch of invisible objects anyways. But the fact that you can go down and do the walk around too, I think is going to be something that it's going to take flying up to another level, because that's an important part of flying, especially even in the airlines. You got to go do a walk around. The last chance to catch problems with an airplane is on the crew. Well, I don't think we're going anywhere today, because this guy obviously, I found a problem. I found a problem here. Who's this guy? Why is he parked there? And yeah. But yeah, going and doing the walk around is honestly one of the last chances to catch problems with an airplane. And it could be any number of things. It could be worn out components. Now, the wheels and tires are one of the most critical components, and also one of the ones most subject to wear and tear. Every landing, imagine, like just accelerating a tire from 0 to 200 miles an hour in a split second as all this weight comes onto it. You're going to take layers and layers off that every single time you go flying. So there's a lot of wear and tear that happens on tires. Tires wear out very quickly. These are like fantastic tires. Look at the deep grooves on there. I've seen some in the last little while that are I guess that's a failed walk around. Time to pack it in. All right, we're going home. Back to the hotel, everybody. Yeah, but it really is. It's important. It's important to go do a walk around, even in the airlines, because you never know what you're going to find. Whether it be damage that was caused by the previous flight, it could be bird strikes or impacts to the leading edge of the wing or the engine nacelles. You could find chipped fan blades. There's 30-something fan blades in here, and stuff's going to get sucked up in there, and eventually you're going to get little chips on there. So and that could lead to cracking if they're not taken care. If the chips are not taken care of right away. There's any number of things. Damaged antennas. We've seen the results of blocked pitot tubes and static ports. So there's any number of things that you could discover. So even in the airlines, doing the walk around is an important part of aviation. It's the last chance to find any mechanical defects with the airplane. Yes, the mechanics are supposed to check it as well, but it's a last look. One last look to make sure everything appears to be the way it should be. All right, anyway, so today we're going to hop in, and what are we going to do today? I think everyone knows, because it's up there in the stream title. It's up there in the... Oh, I thought I put it in there. I did not. My overlay should have that, and it looks like it's blank. I am not ready for this at all, am I? This is the worst. This is the worst streaming ever. Totally unprofessional. Totally unprofessional. I've been just working so hard lately and studying and doing so many other things. It was a birthday this weekend and everything else that I'm completely out of energy. Completely out of energy, completely out of mental energy. But anyways, all right, there's the stream at the top. So now you know what we're doing, which is we are going from today, Denver, all the way out to Boston. So if I go auto follow off, then you can see here, it's a good 1,500 miles due east. The nice thing is today we'll have the wind behind us. So we're expected to actually do this in less than 4 hours. 3:48, I believe, is the block time. We're supposed to be off at on the hour. So I don't think that's going to happen at the rate I'm going here, but let's see if we can't get this going in a relatively reasonable fashion here. So today we are doing a startup right from the beginning. So configuration safety checklist would be wipers are off, landing gear lever is down. Let's see here. Weather radar is off, predictive wind shear is off, spoilers are at retract, flaps are at 0, the parking brake is set. That's good for the configuration safety. And then the establishing electrical power checklist would be batteries 1 and 2 check off, so they are off. Ensure the voltage is above 25.5. If the voltage is above 25.5, no charging cycle will be required. We can put batteries on, and we can go ahead and put external power on. And that should put everything into the airplane. Let me know how the volume is. I turned it down a little bit earlier because there was an airplane. There was an airplane outside here in Denver, and it was making a horrendous amount of noise. So I kind of turned it down a little bit. All right, anywho. And then we could do the APU test if we're going to run the APU. We're not going to run the APU this early. So what we can do is just make sure we do start our IRs aligning, because that's one of the longest parts of this process is to start them aligning. Crew oxygen supplies on, nav logos on. And then we're even still waiting for the ECAMs to all come up here anyways. All right, so it's thinking its things here. I don't believe we have any ATC in Denver this morning. We do not. No surprise there. FWCs are booting up. The IAE engines. I forget there's a third set of dials down here, the IAE engines. It looks a little odd. All right, there we go. So now we got the ECAMs up, so what we can do is check the engine oil. Engine oil, we need 9.5 plus a half quart for every hour of flying. We got lots of oil. Hydraulics, everything should be in this little band here, this little green band at the top. That's the normal range, so everything should be within that normal range when you're sitting at the gate. And of course, oxygen as well, which is on the door page. Cockpit oxygen, 1800 psi. That is acceptable for any number of passengers. All right, CVR fault. Is this an ECAM or is this an actual fault? This might be an actual fault. We can talk to maintenance about it. Let's just hit reload on this. Let's see here. Oh, we do have a fail here. Yep, CVR failed. All right, so we could do a couple things here. One thing I actually have to do as well here is just fail the generator because we have the MEL. We're gonna run with only one generator today. And I realize now that my flight plan was incorrect and I did not compensate for that. So generator 1 is going to be offline for today. That's going to be our MEL, and I just realized that my flight plan does not allow extra fuel for that. So I need to load some extra fuel. It's about 100 kilos per hour to run that APU at cruise. So we'll call it 400 additional kilos of fuel. So let me just go here and just put that under. It should be under. There should be a category for MEL fuel, but there is not. So I'm going to put it under extra fuel and regenerate my flight plan. And as soon as that's done doing it on the other screen here, then we're going to go over here and we're going to re-import from SimBrief, and that should hopefully give us a new fuel load. So the fuel load now should be 14.5, 14,475, planned fuel load 14,475. So it did get that. So we've got the aircraft powered up, GSX. You can go ahead and start loading the aircraft. CVR faults. So we do have, this happens oftentimes when you power up an airplane. You get these faults. You get things that come up right away when you first turn on all the computers for the first time of the day. Either it's a new fault or it's just the computers didn't start up in the right order or some kind of glitch happened during startup. And sometimes the reset will take care of it. Sometimes you need to MEL it. So I think today what we'll do is we'll just simply MEL it. It won't reset. We can MEL it, so it'll come under information systems, I believe. No, maybe not. Or is it under? Oh, indicating and recording systems. That's what the CVR is under there. So I'm just literally scrolling through the CVR through the CVDR2 maintenance message, recorder, autopilot, approach special messages on the FMA. It might almost be faster to just search for the word CVR because indicating is a lot of stuff. So let's search for the word CVR. It's thinking about it. Digital flight data recorder. All right, so let's do it this way. Let's search for voice. VHF voice, yep. VHF voice. Voice communication. All right, I thought that'd be an easy one. All right, we'll go search for cockpit voice recorder because that's what we're looking for. 23-71, that's the one we're looking for. There it is, 237101. So we can apply a new MEL to our flight plan, and we don't have to get a new flight plan for this. Maybe it opts to provide the transfer to a location for repair, replacement, or not more than 8 flights with 3 consecutive calendar days of non-remunerated commercial flight. Which occurs first? An expiry date must be recorded in the logbook. All right, so non-remunerated commercial flight. And expiry date must be recorded in the logbook. So you can MEL it. It sounds like this airline has a pretty strong policy that, to me, I almost read that as you can't actually fly a revenue flight with the CVR MEL'd. Number installed 1, number installed, number required 0, but it sounds like they do place that restriction, no revenue flights. You can basically do a maintenance, you can do a flight to a maintenance base. Seems a little bit extreme. Yes, we like the CVR to work. The whole point of these things, we do have, and usually the big stipulation is that as long as the DVDR works as well, the digital flight data recorder, as long as that works, as long as one of those two is working, you've got enough information to piece together what happens in case of an accident. The odds of an accident happening on any particular flight are so small that, like, do we need the CVR on every single flight? Yes, we'd like it. If it breaks down, we're going to stop all the flights on the airplane altogether. No, we're going to try and get it fixed at a very reasonable interval. So we're going to go ahead and say that we are allowed to do revenue flights. CVR fault, I think most airlines usually would allow that. Yes, limited number of days, 2-3 days. And the other condition that I usually see associated with it is that the digital flight data recorder has to be working. So we're going to go with the CVR fault today and the Gen 1 fault. So the Gen 1 should actually be selected off for the MEL. And this also adds some interesting stuff here with the APU running and everything. So yeah, let's just go through that right now since I have the MEL binder out here. So for the electrical generation, which is way up here at 24, and we're looking for 2422, 01 alpha, 2422, electrical generation. So AC main generation, repair interval C, which is 10 days, 2 installed, 1 required, so we can have one of our 2 main generators offline. Provided ETOPS not conducted. Okay, we're not going ETOPS. The flight altitude is limited to 33.5. Oh, I didn't do that either, did I? Oh, my flight planning is terrible here. Oh, no, we're actually flying at 33. We do have a step to 35, so we can't do that. So let's, for the 3rd time, this dispatch is terrible. This dispatch is terrible here. 33, we're going to be limited to 33 for the whole flight. All right. ETOPS is not conducted. Flight altitude is limited to 33.5. APU and AC auxiliary generation are operative and used throughout the flight, so we have to have the APU and its generator on the whole flight. The APU fuel pump is operative. The APU oil quantity is checked to be adequate before each flight. So we don't normally check the APU oil in every flight, but the mechanics actually got to get in the tail and check the APU oil level on before every flight because it's important this time. It's one of those things where, yes, the APU will warn you when it gets to low oil, but it's not something that's checked every single flight because you won't need the APU is not necessarily essential on every single flight, but in this case, it is going to be essential. All buses have power. Indications alerts for remaining AC generation, AC auxiliary generation are operative, and the galley automatic load system is checked operative. And then there's a bunch of procedures that go with this. So if we go here, 24, 22... 242201 alpha. So here it is on the ground, 100 kilos per hour. As we go flying and get to higher altitudes, we burn even less. So 400 is actually pretty generous. We won't use 400 kilos with the APU. When the electrical power is disconnected, the IFE is lost till the APU supplies the electrical network. During cockpit preparation, we have to do this check. So we can't really do this check. What we have to do is supply the electrical network, check that the galley and cabin switch is in the auto position, which it is, and then we have to pull the circuit breaker. 122 VU S24, so we have to pull the S24 circuit breaker, which basically will trigger all the power in the galley to go off. And then they have to just look and make sure that the galley power does actually go off automatically when it's supposed to. If you lose 2 out of 3 generators, so just check that the coffee maker's off or the oven's off. Something's not on. I can't actually do that because none of that stuff actually works in the galley. So, but we would pull that circuit breaker, check that it does trigger the load shedding in the galley, and then push it back in so the galleys work again. Disregards the procedure if main galleys are not connected before engine start. If IDG is associated with the inoperative main and has been disconnected, check the disconnect message displayed on the electrical SD page. We don't have that case, which is just faulted, but it's not disconnected. And then after start, we have this long procedure we've got to do to check that all the electrical buses have power. So we'll do that in the after start process. For now, we're going to try and get this whole thing going here. Let's start setting up.
Roger.
In the time it took me to do that, I'm pretty sure the IRS has aligned themselves here in Denver. Nav accuracy upgrade, they did. So let's just go down here and let's just check this out here. So we have a current database. We'll say it's been swapped to clear out all of the residual stored information. And today we're going from K Denver to K Boston. Alternate, and I don't even care about that right now. I'll put the flight number in, but it'll get zapped when I request a secondary, so I'm not going to bother with that just yet. But let's just double check the coordinates here of Denver here. So Denver's coordinates, we're looking at 3951.7 north by 10440.4 west. So we're pretty much that's where Denver is, and these have all aligned on 3951.3 by 10440.3, which is very close to that. It's probably the actual gate position. The other thing, of course, is now this is release number 3 that includes fixed at 33 with no step climbs. The fuel went up a little bit by about 400 kilos. That being said, we do have 1,000 kilos of weather, 500 kilos of ATC fuel. So we have 1,500 kilos of extra fuel. We went up by about 200 kilos. So what I would do is just call the dispatcher and just confirm if he's okay with that, because the fueler might have already come and gone. He's actually still in progress, but what he's not going to do is he's not going to have the new fuel load because 14,475. Actually, we're only for like 50 kilos shy for not doing that step climb. So I'd say it's very reasonable that we can depart like that. We can also clear this recorder CVR fault. Wow, she wants to start that APU fast. He wants to start that APU fast. And I believe this is Matthew today. This is Matthew today. He is our first officer. We'll see how well he works. Apparently there's an update for FS2 crew. I didn't know because I never read FS2 crew because I don't really use it. I like to follow my company SOPs very strictly, and FS2 crew does not follow those. They have the Airbus SOPs, which are not the same. So I tend not to use FS2 crew outside of the streaming environment. All right. So things we can do. I hope we get some ATC online later because I want to demonstrate some stuff that we can do. But let's just finish with a little bit of pre-flight preparation here. So we're going to go into the AOC menu, and we're just going to do a flight initialization. We'll do the automatic ACARS flight init, send for it. wait about 3 seconds, and back it comes. JetBlue 994, Denver, Boston, alternate is Manchester, 3 hours and 15 minutes en route today, and then we can also go get the secondary. Thank you, Matthew. So secondary is going to come in now. All right, and let's go ahead and have a look at it. So it does say Denver to Boston, Wyndham. Oops, I think we went the wrong way there. Oh, no, we're looking at the wrong thing here. Secondary, that does look about right from my quick glance at the flight plan. So we'll go ahead and activate that. We're going to go through it in more depth in a minute. And last but not least, let's get some takeoff numbers as well. So let's hit up the tablet for this. I can see people boarding through a crack in the bridge. All right, let's see here. Takeoff data out of Denver. We'll say dry runway, and let's actually do this. This is actually the one thing I wanted to do was get the actual FAA digital ATIS, since I don't have any VATSIM ATIS today. So let's go to Denver and see what it says. Departures. 290 at 3, light winds, 10 miles, few at 11,000, scattered 15, scattered 22, 9 degrees, 4 degrees, 2960, hazardous weather, PIREPs for the Denver area, multiple aircraft reported light turbulence between 11,000 and 14,000, departing runways 825 and 34 left. We'll do A, because we can take the 3-knot tailwind, and that points us in the right direction anyway, so ALP7 Whiskey closed. Denver DME out of service. Bird activity at City Airport. All aircraft at Concourse area. All right, so yeah, let's plan runway 8. Looks like a dry runway out there. Optimal configuration's fine. Force token, no. Anti-ice. It's 9 degrees, but it's clear sky, so we don't need anti-ice. PAX on, it's 9 degrees, so we can do PAX on departure. Generally, at 15 degrees and up, you don't want to do a PAX on departure in a 321. 83.1 tons. Let's take it up to 83.6 for good measure. And let's make sure we sync that live weather. I think we did. Let's go ahead and calculate. Perfect. And we got some valid takeoff numbers. It's a flaps 2 departure, and look at the speed still, even flaps 2. We're looking at 152, 159, 159. We're getting to quite a high speed here, partly because the air is so thin here in Denver. It's also going to take us a really long time to accelerate that. You'll notice that on the takeoff roll. All right, so we've got all of that. The refueling's happening. I think we're ready to start the overhead flow. First flight of the day checks as well. All right, flight controls now. I should be checking the CVR, but of course, it's not even going to turn on because it's faulted. It didn't even turn on, and that's fine. We know that we've MEL'd it. We're happy with it. You know, I thought Batchy was supposed to do these first flight of the day checks when I told him to start setting up, and it looks like he did not. That's okay. Is he even back yet? He's still doing the walk around. He's talking to that catering truck driver. What is wrong with you? All right, we are still refueling, so do not turn the pumps on while you're still refueling. Let's see here. Electrical page, so we turn off the batteries for 2 or 3 seconds here. Put them back on, and then check. We should have less than 60 amps within 10 seconds. And this one always seems to be a little bit sticky here. Nope, that does not work. So I'm going to write myself a note, because if I don't, I will forget. Battery cycle. And I'm going to put this on my throttle quadrant so that I cannot start the airplane without noticing the fact that my batteries need one more charging cycle. All right, so we'll have to come back and check them again. Gen 1 is off per the MEL. And usually everyone likes the cabin cool. All right, we'll turn pack 1 off today. So we're supposed to alternate which packs we have off on the ground just to even the wear on them. A lot of people like to turn off pack 2 because that's the side where the ramp personnel are working, and that there's a lot of logic to that. But at the same time, like,
no issues on the Walkaround.
Thanks, Matthew. But at the same time, you know, we do need to kind of keep the wear somewhat even. All right, so what did I say? It was 2960 here on the ATIS. So, and I keep showing you guys stuff, and it's not showing up, isn't it? Oh my God, I've got the wrong thing up here. I should have that up there. Oh my God. Oh my God. I do this mistake all the time. I have two different views. One that's supposed to be in-game, that's supposed to be a little bit better, not resolution, but a little bit better response time to the graphics of the game. And then, but then it doesn't allow any overlay. It doesn't allow you to drag anything over the screen and show it over the screen. And that's what I thought I was on. I thought I was on the other one. No, because that'd be smart. Oh my god! I know what I forgot to run as well. There we go. All right. All right, so we got constraints. We got 2960, which is equivalent to 1002. So we'll set 1002 on here. Oh my god, I try to explain stuff to everybody and it's not coming up on the screen. And now my headset's being a little bit wonky here. Hope it's not like a loose connection or something in there, because I really love my track IR. I don't think I can fly without it anymore. I've gotten so used to it. 1029, that is the correct date for today. I'll take away the electrical page for now. It looks like it ran a charging cycle. The battery amps were definitely down. 22.8. Actually, let's figure this out right now. What's the CTAF for Denver? And I'm just going to literally type it in here. CTAF for Denver is 24.3. So we'll just get this over to 24.3 while that's rolling. I'm happy with my audio control panel. I can see my weather radar needs to go to Cal, but it is in weather plus terrain. All right, there's the Unicom channel ready to go. Weather plus terrain is off. It's off. Speed brake is retracted. Switching buttons are all at 12 o'clock. Pressurization, landing elevation is at auto. And status, we've got Cat 2 and CVR. CVR is expected. Let's see here. We've got thrust levers are at idle. The engines are off. The ignition is normal. Rudder trim 0. Parking brake is on. Let's see here, 21.5 is fine. We put our company frequency up if we had one, but we don't have one. And then I'm going to put in my transponder code here for my auto ATC, which is 2725. And if any ATC comes online, we'll already be correlated. Flaps are at 0.
Hi, the security and safety check are all done. Are we good to start boarding?
Go for it.
Okay.
I feel like GSX already boarded without you, but that's one thing that needs to be synced up better. But otherwise, it's good. Yeah, let's do a flight instrument cross-check. So 1FT2, 1FT2. Altimeter is 2960 inches, indicating 5360. 2960 indicating 5350. 2960 indicating 5360. That's within plus or minus 20 of each other, 75 of the field, and 300 of the standby. And heading, we got 182. 182, 182. I forgot to pull this down, but we do need to check and see it's reasonable. And 182, 182. All right, into the box to set ourselves up here for this flight. Whew, lots of work to get ready. All right, so we're going to start with the aircraft status. We do have the IAE V2533 Alpha 5 engines. The database is current until the 30th of October. And today I'm just going to say we have a performance factor of +0. And anything to detune. I didn't see any VORs offhand. It said the DME is not working actually at Denver. So let's actually take that. Wrong button here. So let's actually take Denver offline because the DME is not working and it actually... the FMGS really relies on the DMEs to back up the GPS coordinates. So any DMEs that are not working should be deselected. So we've taken off DEN. Let's see here. That's the only one that I'm aware of right now. We'll look at the node times later and see if there's anything en route. Today's flights, Denver to Boston with an alternate of... That's weird that it took out the alternate. It had the alternate in there. It took it out. KMHT. All right. Flight number is JetBlue. Today we're 994. And so much for getting out at 10 a.m. Oh, well. We'll get out when we get out. Let's see here. Not what I intended to do here. Get rid of this thing because it's... I don't know how to get rid of it. But Just make you just a little bit narrower so I can actually see what we're doing here. There we go. All right. So the cost index today is, we're cost indexed at 8. We could probably pick that up. And the cruise flight level, we are, as indicated, limited to 33.5. So 330 is our max cruise level. Temperature deviation here is +5. So it's going to be actually -40 for the temp at 330. All right, that looks good. Departing Denver, 8 right, or 8, excuse me. 8 right, what am I thinking? I'm thinking Vancouver. 8. Let's see here. The routing here is the Eons 8 as far as Wyndham. And then for Boston, we're looking at 22 left via the J Fund 2 in Ponset. So let's go ahead and go Wyndham. Oops, missed Wyndham. Sorry, no, it's the Eons SID Wyndham transition. Eons 8 departure to Wyndham, and I think it's the only end point for that departure. And then Boston, we're saying 22 left via the J Fund. So we'll do the ILS 22 left in Boston, J Fund 2, Ponset transition. Noli is fine in there, so ILS 22 left, J Fund 2 Ponset, insert that. We don't have any step climbs because we're already up to our maximum limit of 33 today. I don't believe we had any user-defined or lat-long waypoints in here at all. No, we did not. So a total distance today, let's see here. Ground distance of 1552. I got 1554. That's very reasonable. Let's see if we can store this here really quickly. Let's see here. JBU994. I feel like it's not going to store, because it never does. All right, so what we're going to do is we're just going to go through it the old-fashioned way here. I'm just going to pop this on the second screen so I can watch it. We're going to go through it here just to make sure that everything is in the flight plan. It's the way it should be. So it's the Eons 8 all the way to the Wyndham intersection. There's Wyndham. Then it's direct HCT, direct LNK, direct DSM, direct DBQ, direct PMM. From PMM, we go J70 as far as JHW, Jamestown. There it is. And then from JHW to Q82 to Ponset. Q82 all the way to Ponset, and then that's where we start the J Fund 2 arrival all the way down to 22 left. So everything for the en route portion appears to be in there, so that's good. RadNav auto tune is acceptable for departure. Secondary, we'll do a straight copy, and then we'll put in a immediate return after Eons. We'll put KDEN. And we'll just do and ILS to 35 right. No star required for that. It's just going to be, if we have to turn back, we can activate this if we've already got an approach programmed in. Drums fronts, 35 right, that's all fine with this approach in there. Not going to worry about minimums, because if we're activating that in a hurry where we can't even put in minimums, it's probably because the plane's on fire, we're just coming back. IRS initialization point 2, route reserve 0, alternate. Again, from the flight plan here, I'm just looking over. It's basically 1.1 for the alternate and 1.2 for the final reserve. So 1.1 to go to Manchester, 1.2 for the final 30 minutes of fuel. And at this point, we should probably have a... let's see here. We have a preliminary load sheet, and they finished loading a long time ago because we're taking a long time because of our MELs and because I'm talking a lot. 69.5 by 26.5. 69.5 by 26.5. Except... All right, and the block fuel, 14.4 by the time we get going here. That's fine. 14.4. 83.7 for our takeoff weight, and we did numbers for the aircraft is loaded. Really hard to read this. 83.6. 83.7. Oh, we went up. Dude, you suck. All right. We'll just do it for an even 84 tons now. Calculate that. And while I'm at it, I'm just going to send that to the MCDU, because I'm going to need it in a second anyways. All right, so 84 tons is what we've done. 83.7 is our planned takeoff weight. And let's see here. Wind component today, plus 55. Wow. It's going to give us tons of extra fuel here. Way more extra fuel than I think we're supposed to have. And there's some serious calculation problems that come into this here. 6.5 is not right. There's no way a 3-hour flight in a 321 is going to burn only 6.5 tons of fuel. 9.5 is probably much more realistic. So basically, we're 3 tons And this is a problem with Fenix, and I don't know why. The 320 seems very accurate, but the 321, the fuel burns in the FMS always seem to be way under what the flight plans suggest. This would give us 5.5 tons of extra fuel. Oh, yeah, recalculated here. 318 is the time is accurate, but the fuel burn is never accurate. 5.6 tons of extra, so we've already got 3 tons here, and then I've got 1.5 here, 1.9, 2.3, 5.3, 5.6. That explains where all that extra fuel came from. You watch when we land in Denver, or in, what's it called? Not Denver, in Boston. We're not going to have 9 tons of fuel still in the airplane. There's no way. 5, 6, 7, 8, almost 9 tons. There's no way. So there's some serious calculation errors going on in this FMS, unfortunately. Everything else really works with this airplane. So we'll zero that back out, go back and get the wins, and then we'll be ready for our takeoff performance. Oh my god, it takes a long time. Talk. All right, climb wins. We've got blue for the climb, blue for the cruise, and blue for the descent. You don't want them to be green, you want them to be blue. All right, performance should be in the box. So for runway 08, we've done the dry runway with no takeoff shift, flaps 2, flex of 38. Let's just check it over here. Flaps 2, flex of 38, 152, 158, 158. See here, 152, 158, 158, stand transition 18,000. And what's the field elevation here? 6860, I think it should probably be 6360 across the bottom. Actually, no, hold on. Let's just get my charts for a second here. Field elevation for Denver. 5434. So that would be 5434. So 6440. Or 60 even. So 6440. I'm not sure where these numbers are coming from, but that would be 1,000 feet above. So we're going to do a noise 2 departure, so we're going to put 1,000 feet above for everything. 236, the green dot speed is pre-selected for the climb, and given that our max speed under 10,000 is 250, that's not a whole lot of margin there. Prog page, optimal's at 33, which is good because we're planned at 33. We can max is 34.7 per the airplane, but per the MEL, we're limited to 33.5. I don't know why I put YYZ. Of course I have it. I'm going to put DEN anyways. The VOR may not be working, but I can use it as a GPS reference point. GPS primary nav accuracy is high, and the IRSs are all naving with 0.0 bias. All right, thank you. Thank you. Good to close.
No problem. Have a safe flight.
All right. Let's take this back to normal perspective. Okay, so she came in, so she would close the door, and they'd start getting ready to pull the bridge. Let's take off the external power. The APU bleeds on. That's fine. And I think at this point we're just about ready for a briefing here. So we did check the clearance. We don't have an actual clearance, but we do have a squawk code because we have no ATC online. That's fine. And let's see here. What else am I missing here? So fuel is now fully boarded, balanced. We can get the pumps on now that we've got the fueling is complete. Pumps and transfer valves can all come on, and the seatbelt sign can go on. And let's just check the tanks here. So we did get even fuel on both sides. It's balanced, and all the pumps are on. So fuel load, we've got the final load numbers. We already inserted them in the box here, so that's all good. So you can take away, you can go to the flight plan page there. I could be on the perf page, and logbook will say is check. We're doing the first flight of the day checks. The service check is already complete, and there's no open snags. We signed off the CVR as a new MEL, so now we have 2 MELs. We have the CVR and generator 1. All right. A quick departure review, and then I'll give you a quick briefing here. So for the departure review, we're just going to go in the box one more time here. Actually, this is horrible. All right, let's do this. So we want to go plan, make sure we have constraint up, go to a low resolution here, and let's go to the flight plan here. All right, so the EON's 8 RNAV departure, so you just have a quick look at it here. I don't know if it's easier to read in daytime or nighttime mode for you guys. I think daytime mode's a little bit nicer, so we'll put that up. Takeoff for runways 8. Radar is required for non-GPS aircraft. We are GPS equipped. Turbojets only. DDI or GPS with an RNAV 1. We are capable of RNAV 1. Speed restriction accelerate to 250 knots or greater upon reaching 10,000. If slower speed is required to meet cross restrictions, advise when it's delivered prior to taxi. So there are some higher crossing restrictions. There's Lupton, above 14. So if we're going to have a problem making that, we'd have to announce it. I think we're going to be okay. I see down here Lupton says 15.4, so I think we're going to be okay. The FMS calculations are going to be okay. So climb on heading 083 to intercept course 066 to cross Royal at below 10,000, then on track 066 to cross Shobo at below 12. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to slide this over here on the other screen. I'm going to read it out. We're going to check it together. So Royal at or below 10,000. I can see the minus 10 there at Royal. Then on track 066 to cross Shobo at or below 12,000. There's Shobo minus 12,000. And then track 074 to cross Lupton at or above 14,000 feet. You can see the plus 14,000 feet there for Lupton. After Lupton, it's Marine, Eon, and Wyndham. So Marine, Eon, and Wyndham. That's all there. That's all in the box, and it's flight level 230 is the top altitude. All right. Are you ready for the takeoff briefing?
Go ahead.
Okay, so technical status of the airplane. We have the generators, the one generator's not working. We have to leave the APU on for the entire flight. No ETOPS, 33.5 flight level limitation as previously mentioned, and we have to do this check once we started the engines. We've also got the CVR is not working, the DFDR is working, so we can MEL that. NOTAMs, in terms of NOTAMs out of Denver, I don't see, I didn't see anything. I had a brief look, but let's have another look. See here. Denver, and there's, of course, there's lots of NOTAMs. Nothing about the runways that's terribly exciting here, just some irregular shoulders, a few construction activities here, and SID. Anything for the EON's SIDs. So I don't see anything for the EON SID, so I don't see anything that affects our departure. I'm already getting a sore throat here from talking too much. Okay, so yeah, there's no issues there. So the departure today is the EON's 8 RNAV departure out of Denver, plate 10-3 Juliet for Denver International. No special notes. Routing constraints are always published with a top altitude of 23,000. So flight level 230 is set with the restriction showing up at 10,000 on here. That's fine. And the speed restriction, of course, that we have to accelerate 250 or faster upon reaching 10,000 feet. Yeah, noise abatement. I didn't see anything published for Denver, and engine out procedure. The mountains are behind us when we take off eastbound, so straight out departure is fine. There's one obstacle out here at 6,900 feet. That's the highest thing around here. So straight out departure in case of an engine failure. Let's see here. The performance in the box for takeoff runway 08. Again, it's dry runway, no takeoff shift. It's a flaps 2 takeoff, 1 up on the stab trim, and flex of 38, V1, 152, VR, 158, V2, 158, and transition 18,000, 6440 across the bottom, 236 the green dot speed, pre-select for the climb. Going to be a managed departure. I've got climb blue, nav blue up. We'll get the autopilot on shortly after departure since we are essentially single pilot. You're kind of useless sometimes. And yeah. Let's see here. RadNav has auto-tuning on it. That's all I've got for that. Threats. Denver is considered a mountainous airport because the terrain's behind us, so we'll put terrain on for the departure, although we don't expect to turn eastbound or turn westbound again, so it shouldn't be an issue. It should be behind us the whole time. Beyond that, making sure we have the correct CTAF frequency up for Denver, so I'm going to put that up now so I don't forget. I think that's all the big threats I've got. Last but not least, no single engine taxi out. This airplane's entirely too heavy at 84 tons. That also does mention that we are above max landing weight, so if we do need to make an immediate return, we'll have to make sure we turn the packs off or onto the APU, which will already be running, so that'll actually be very easy to do. And land packs and land at flaps 3 unless we have time to actually run the checklist. I think that's it. OEB 646 and the new OEB 61 all apply. We'll talk about that one. We'll say that the takeoff brief has already been done because we're already running behind. We'll get it done when we're airborne if we can. And the last thing I need to remember to do here is a quick battery charge check here. So I left myself my little post-it sticky note there. Those are off now. Put it back on. It was mostly battery number 1 that was an issue. And now you can see within 60 seconds it's less than it's less than 60 amps. So the batteries are also sufficiently charged. I think we're ready to go. Any questions?
No questions.
Cockpit preparation checklist.
Gear pins and covers.
Removed.
Fuel quantity.
14 tons.
Seat belts.
On.
ATIS.
Nav.
Baro ref.
Locking gear.
2960 inches set. Cross-checked. 2960 set.
2960 set. Cockpit preparation checklist complete.
Before start checklist.
Parking brake.
Set. Set.
Hey guys, all packs are on board. Are we clear to close?
Clear to close.
Takeoff speeds and thrust.
V1 152, VR 158, V2 158, flexing 38 degrees.
V1 152 VR 158 V2 158 flex temp 38 degrees. Windows.
Closed.
Beacon.
On.
Before start checklist complete.
Release parking brakes, please.
All right, I think we're ready to go. Before we go, I just want to check that this is tracking here. Server connection's okay. Flight sims connect to stage pre-flight. It does know what we're doing. It seems to be tracking. All right.
Release parking brakes,
Okay, okay, okay.
commencing push.
Brakes are off. Ready for pushback. Tail to the west, delaying it to start till advised. And then the bridge is coming for me again. Oh, that's funny. All right, I see a southwest down there. There's a little bit of activity in Denver this morning. All right, starting engines 2 and 1. Starting engine 2.
Okay.
Make sure we get numbers on there, except that the N2 never comes up until you actually get rotation. All right, so the valve opens. You start to see N2 rotation percentage-wise. And just before fuel flow gets added, you should start to see oil pressure. So there's oil pressures coming up already. Nice. And I think we get to 25%, is it on this, or 24? I forget. Looks a little bit wet out there. We should have done wet numbers for departure. We can probably change that up really quickly here on the taxi out. All right, now we've got light off. We've got fuel flow. The EGT is increasing. Everything's coming up us. Ooh, that's a lot of work to get this flight going sometimes. That's why I try to give myself 45 minutes, and I was late starting that stream because I was still putzing around trying to do stuff. All right, just make sure that the airplane has stopped moving before you set the parking brake, because that's how you break a tow bar. All right, brakes are set. Confirm the pins are removed. All right, and once that gray box goes out, it means the engines have stabilized according to the FADEX. Looks like they are nice and stable. I concur with that assessment. So starting engine 1. Starting engine 1.
Okay.
I don't really need your okay.
Disconnected, bypass pin removed.
All right, there's 24.8, 25%. Here comes the fuel flow. Here comes a rapid increase in EGT. Oil pressure is already rising. All right, there goes my tug. Nice, thank you. Bye-bye. And when this one comes on, you're not going to hear a clunk because we're not going to get a power transfer. It's amazing how things can snowball too. It's like there's just enough time to get everything done, but then you start throwing in just like a malfunction, like something that doesn't start up right in the morning. And I've had this happen multiple times in the mornings where you come to the airplane and you power it on and things just don't want to talk to each other nicely. The airplane's cold, nothing wants to talk to each other nicely. All right, that looks like a normal start on engines 2 and 1. Take the APU bleed off. After start checklist.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Become status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
.0 up. Set and checked. Set and checked.
Other trim.
Neutral.
After start checklist complete.
And we've got one more thing to do here, so we got to run our MEL procedure. So I was trying to show you this, guys, this earlier, but here's the MEL procedure. Check that the electrical power buses have power. So we basically have to shut off the generators one at a time, make sure that whatever generator remains on takes over all the power in the airplane. So we'll start with the APU switch, master switch on, APU generator on, and then we'll make sure Gen 1 and 2 push buttons are off. Gen 1 off, and that's exactly what we're expecting to see. So we can clear elect status. We can remove status. It is just Pack 1, Gen 1, and CVR, so that's all known stuff. So bring the electrical page up. So the APU master is on, the APU generator is on, and we make sure Gen 1 is off, and we go Gen 2 off as well. And what we're checking here is just to make sure that the power transfer happens and all the AC buses are still powered, and that is the case. So we can now put Gen 2 back on and take the APU generator off and make sure that, again, all the AC buses are powered. In this case, it's now by Gen 2. And then when that's happened, then the operative generator, or the APU generator, can go back on. And that's basically all we had to do. So we did Gen 1, Gen 2 off on the electrical switch, checked all AC buses powered, Gen 1, Gen operative on, APU gen off, check again that they have all power, and then put the APU generator back online. So if one of these generators falls offline, we know that the power transfers all happen correctly. That's basically what the MEL is trying to make sure every single flight is that these power transfers will happen correctly. Let's see here. Flight deck, captain speaking.
The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Thank you. All right, she's already happy with that. Now I think we've got everything done that we need to do. They've got the flaps too. Yeah, all right. The one thing, I kind of want to switch to wet numbers because the pavement out here looks a little wet. So let's go ahead and recalculate. This definitely drops the speed down a little bit here. So send to MCDU. So it's still flaps 2 flex 38, but now V1 is 138. So now there's, or 139. So now there's a big V1 VR split here, 155, 155. So don't be surprised with the V1 VR split there. All right, clear left, clear right. One last time, we're going to look at the. All right, and there's nobody. There's no controllers online on VATSIM here. Let's get this big beast moving. 84 tons of big beast here. All right, and then I'm just going to pull up my charts really quickly over here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to taxi out and go up Mike, I believe, is the taxiway here to get to 08, or to get to 8. We're not Canada, so it's just 8. So we'll go out Bravo Sierra and then a left turn on Mike that takes us all the way up to the threshold. So we're just going to cut across the apron here to take us all the way over to Bravo Sierra, because that seems to be the way they flow in Denver, is the in each between the concourses, the southern line here, this is Alpha North, is always the westbound line, and then the northern of the two in the concourse is usually the eastbound line. So we cut over to Bravo Sierra, and then we go out Bravo Sierra here. All right, last but not least, oh, there's the line. Let's go ahead and do a brake check. Brake check.
Pressure 0.
All right, we're going to do a flight control check once we get onto Mike here, because we got a nice long straight stretch to do that on. All right, and I try and sit in a normal place, and it's just too high. I spend so much of my life like crammed down here when you're doing the setup, with your head down. She's actually taken off really well. I don't know if maybe it's just the IE engines. The CFM engines at 83 tons, this airplane would barely even start rolling. All right, so the second left here will be Mike. We'll go left on Mike, and that'll take us all the way up to runway 8. We'll make a broadcast here. Denver traffic. JetBlue 994 is taxiing for departure, runway 8. We're leaving Bravo South, and taxiing Mike for departure 8 for Denver. Mountains to the west. Nothing but plains to the east. Rolling plains. All right, second left turn here is Mike. Don't blunder onto the runway. So left turn here. And then that'll take us right up to the to our departure. Flight control check.
Ready. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Rudder.
Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Taxi checklist.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Checked. Flap setting.
Config 2.
Config 2. Radar. Predictive wind shear system.
On and auto.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
ECAM memo.
Takeoff no blue.
Taxi checklist complete.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board our flight.
It may not be my SOPs, but I'm starting to learn them here.
Flight attendants
All right, let's go ahead and get pack 1 on. We're going to be airborne before too long here.
for important safety information.
All right, pack 1's on.
Card in your seat pocket that illustrates the safety equipment on this aircraft.
I don't know if it's the IE engines, but like
Require compliance
I never find a 321 at 83 tons will accelerate like this at idle thrust. I had a little tiny bit of thrust on, but even at idle thrust, she's gaining speed slowly. She does have a lot of inertia once she gets going, but at idle thrust, you can almost never get a 321 moving. Has to be a pretty lightly loaded 321 to get moving at idle thrust.
It is our policy that you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times while
All right, well, we're about 20-something minutes behind schedule. C'est la vie. Sometimes that's just the way life happens.
with an escape slide. Locate the exit nearest you. The nearest exit faces
All right, so fuel 14.3 tons. That's good. We got lots of fuel still.
the cabin is pressurized.
Before takeoff checklist, I believe, is complete.
A panel will open and oxygen masks will appear. Remain
I can actually look at my old-fashioned checklist here just to make sure that I'm happy with everything.
the flow of oxygen. Oxygen will be flowing to the mask even though the bag may not inflate. Cover your nose and mouth with the
Yep,
mask.
I'm happy with everything.
Place the mask in the
I'm not
bag
used to
and
the
mask
FS2 crew
up
flows,
again.
the Airbus flows, and
Use your own mask before
so I kind of need to kind of back myself up and make sure that I have not forgotten anything, missed anything important.
flotation device. Pull up and remove the
But I think we're good.
Upon exiting the aircraft, place your arms around the cushion and
Ready,
hold on to
Matthew?
the straps located on the back. This is a non-smoking flight. Smoking is not permitted in the cabin or laboratory. Cabin lights will
Denver
now
traffic,
be turned
JetBlue
on.
994, taking position runway 8 for departure, eastbound, Eon's departure.
Thank you for your attention.
Cleared for departure.
Takeoff runway confirmed. Approach path clear of traffic. Cabin crew is seated for takeoff.
Oops. I clicked that, I didn't mean to. All right, runway 8, clear left, clear right,
Radar. Predictive wind shear system.
cancel checklist,
Roger.
lineup checklist,
Takeoff runway.
runway 8 confirmed.
Runway 08 confirmed. TCAS.
TARA
Packs 1 and 2.
on.
Lineup checklist complete.
All right.
Ready.
takeoff.
Check.
Man flex 36, SRS runway, auto thrust blue.
Check. Thrust set. Good knots.
Right, check.
E1. Rotate. Positive climb.
Gear up. Nav.
Gear up.
Thanks. Let me know if you need anything.
Thrust climb, climb, alt magenta, auto thrust. Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps 1.
Denver traffic, JetBlue 994 is airborne off runway 8, eastbound on the Eon's departure, final call Denver. Alright, I'm going to mute him for a little while, but look at the acceleration here. Not very rapid, never is in a 321. We did have to wait for F speed to get flaps 1. Now we're looking for S speed. You can see the S speed is right there at the red line pretty much, but what will happen, of course, is when we get to 215, the flaps are going to retract automatically. There's Gen 1. And just stand by on that because that's a known fault. Oh, that APU is still running. We're fine. So at 215, sorry, 210 here, the flaps are automatically retracting here. So we get the auto retract. And now the VFE goes up to 235. Flap 0.
Speed checked. Flap 0.
Manage speed. Push speed. Speed push. Do it myself then. There he goes. Alright, there's magenta, there's the speed. Here's Royal below 10,000. I should clear that ECAM. I'm just enjoying the hand flying for a few minutes here, but really, realistically, I should be clearing that ECAM. Should be asking the first officer to do it. Alright, so you can call ECAM actions. Alright, elect Gen 1 off, that's the known fault. Gen 1 is off, the APU and Gen 2 are holding the loads. Clear elect status. No change in status, remove status, ECAM actions complete. Alright, now we just passed Royal below 10,000, so now our next restriction is Shobo at below 12,000. Looks like we will have to level off for Shobo at 12,000 here. I'm just enjoying hand flying for a little bit. It's a nice day. It's a fairly easy departure, just straight out towards Boston. It's a nice thing about having runways pointed in all directions and having calm winds. People just take off in the direction they want to take off in. Alright. There's 10,000 climbing for 12,000 restriction. Here comes the acceleration to 303 knots. Alright, he did turn the lights off. I'm going to say it looks like a nice day. Belts are coming off as well. The nice thing is that this acceleration is now prolonging my level off here at Shobo, so it's only going to be a brief level off at Shobo. Alright, I'm going to make sure I have number 2 up for guard, although that'll probably bring out the Yahoos. All right, there's 11,000 climbing 12,000. Looks like we're just going to throttle back at Shobo briefly. If I even do this, select speed and go 320, that'll probably stop me from ever leveling off. Pitch down for 320, and we may never level off. I may pitch down just a little more aggressively than what this is showing me here because I just want to trade the speed for the altitude until we pass Shobo here. And there it is. We've already passed it. So we can go back to manage speed now. And there we go. We are on our way to Boston, everybody. Took a little longer than I'd hoped to get going, but that's okay. Still hand flying, too. Still enjoying this. It's such a nice morning for hand flying. Really enjoying this here. It's nice to hand fly an airplane, too, when it's a nice day. And it's just something just magical about it. This whole 80-ton machine is just at my fingertips here. Alright, I know I said I was going to get the autopilot on shortly after departure because I have zero faith in you, but it's just such a nice day. There's very little going on. I don't have to change frequencies. I'm not talking on ATC too much. We've just got the Unicom up, and actually I guess we could probably switch off the CTAP because we're probably well away from Denver now, and just over to the Unicom 22.8. And Bob's your uncle. We're on our way, everybody. I noticed there's a bunch of you guys watching, so we may try and do something a little bit interesting in a little while here. We'll fly for a little bit because there's lots of stuff to talk about. So I'm going to put the autopilot on. There's AP1, but maybe we'll see if we can trigger some other failures as we get going here just to make life a little bit more interesting. It definitely can shorten the length of a 4-hour stream to something a little bit more manageable, but I have a hard time with doing failures on stream because there's part of me that just wants to get it done. And especially Boston is one where, like, there's an airport that I really like. It's a good airport. It's a beautiful scenery. The Fly Tampa Boston is just absolutely gorgeous to look at. And so like, I want to get there. You know, if it was JFK and LaGuardia, it's like I've been there so many times on stream now that I could care less if we don't actually get there. But this is one where I actually do want to get there because we've been to Boston so few times, and it's great scenery. Chances are pretty good there'll be a controller on by the time we get there because there's lots of controllers on in Boston all the time. Yeah, I'm so conflicted. I'm a pilot through and through. Like, I want to finish the mission. I want to get to our destination. All right. In the meantime, I can also probably set 330 as our final cruise altitude here because we are... yeah, because we don't have any ATC right now, so we can go to our cruise altitude. I'm just looking over here at my other screen, and I do notice that we don't have Boston controller online, but there is a Cleveland controller online. That being said, we're probably at least an hour and a half, if not 2 hours from getting to Cleveland's airspace. We are flying through clouds now. The TAT's coming down to +12, so we're technically acceptable to have the anti-ice off right now until that TAT gets to +10. So the next 1,000 feet or so here, we'll probably have to put the anti-ice on. Hopefully these clouds don't give us too much here. Just a few little ripples, but nothing too crazy. Zoom this out a little bit here so we can actually see some of the airports that are out there. There's not even that many airports out there. It's a long way. Now we're going really kind of like large-scale flying here. Disregarding that cabin PS because every once in a while it gets a little finicky and it just zips up a whole bunch. All right, there's +11. So I'm going to go ahead and put on the engine anti-ice now. So we are kind of covered for when this happens. But there we go. We're on our way. I hope it's not too loud. Let me know how the mix of audio is. It sounds really loud in my ears, but I think it's a really good mix right now. I think my voice, just looking at my sound meters, my voice is at least twice the volume of the aircraft background noise, so I think it's a very reasonable amount of noise, but it definitely immerses me. It makes me realize that we are flying, we are moving through the air here. But what a beautiful morning out of Denver this morning. All right, and here we go. We're coming up to transition.
Standard cross check. Passing flight level 184. Now.
Roger. All right. But she's a beautiful day for flying. Lots of stuff happening. So let's see. What can we talk about? There's a couple things I did want to talk about, and one of the most one of the best things that happened, actually, and I think it happened literally the day I did my last stream, was Fenix release an update for the 320 series, and it finally fixed one of the most long-standing problems with the Fenix that was such a pain in the rear. And it was not just a pain in the rear for pilots, it was a pain in the rear for controllers as well. And that is the fact that it would not recalculate a star once you had set a star. Yeah, it looks like we're climbing nicely here. So just to show you exactly what I mean here. So if you go into Boston here, if you go into this whole thing here, the arrival here. So right now we've got the JFund 2 arrival with a 2-2 left transition. So you're going to see all these waypoints in here. I'm just showing you the last couple anyways here. So you come down here, and for 2-2 left, you've got you got Harris, Islay, 226,000, Lowland, all those, right? That's for the 2-2 left transition. Now, if you switched to, let's say, 4 right, you're going to have to fly a whole bunch of different waypoints here, Spice, Gabe, Joby. So what you would do is, of course, you go in here and you go arrival and you go 4 right. And what used to happen was that the runway would change, but the star would not change. If you didn't change the star, the name of the star, you just changed the runway you were transitioning to, Fenix would not reload the star, which was not correct behavior at all. First of all, the Airbus will reload the entire arrival process if you change any part of the arrival. But if you just change just the approach, it wouldn't change the star in the box. So so what we would have done, of course, is we would have been set up for 4 right here in Boston, but it would have still wanted to fly Harris, Spice, Islay, Lowland instead of, Harris, Islay, Lowland instead of doing the proper thing, which is Harris, Spiced, Griffey, Gabe, Joby. It wouldn't do that reprogramming. But with the last revision, watch this. ILS 4 right, Goshi, I'm not touching the star, insert. And now let's go back to the airport page and look at, and scroll back up into the star and look at this. We now have, after Harris, we have Spiced, we have Griffey, we have G-Gabe, we have Joby. It's reloaded the entire star as well as just the approach. It used to be if you changed the approach but didn't change the star, it wouldn't reload the star, but it was supposed to, because stars can be different depending on which runway you're using. So that fix has finally been added to Fenix. That's been a long time coming. It's been one of my few long-standing pet peeves with this aircraft, is that when you change the approach, it didn't reload the star for the new approach. And I say this is going to be a boon for controllers as well as pilots. Pilots, finally, you'll be able to fly the correct routes properly when you do something. But controllers will also love this as well, because that's one of those annoying things that controllers see all the time, is that if the runway changes from what was originally planned, a lot of pilots were not with it enough to know that they had to go and change the star. The only way you used to be able to do this in Fenix, if you really were smart, and there was a workaround, was basically if you went to arrival, and even though you're doing the JFund, you temporarily selected a different arrival. So you went, hey, ILS 15 right, but then I go Ocean Star. And then it completely forces a reload of the star because it's a new star. Then you can go back and change it to JFund. So you insert it and then change it to JFund again with the new runway, and it would reload the star again because you've changed the name of the star. Oops, JFund 2. So you could do that, and that would work. But now I think that I screwed this up because I don't think I put Ponset in there. Yeah, I screwed that up. But that's fine. But the point is that it now works without having to do the workaround. But a lot of pilots didn't know about the workaround, so they just simply change the runway, and then they'd be like, why is my airplane flying the wrong way? Because nobody, of course, bothers to verify the waypoints as they're going, which, as a pilot, you're supposed to do, but nobody does that. So I'm going to go ahead, put ILS 22 left, JFund 2, Ponset transition, insert that, and let's just go and check this here. So after Jet 70 comes Quebec 82, and then after Loxy, it's Ponset. That's the JFund 2. So it's all relinked. It's all the correct stuff. So that's huge, though. That is huge. That was one of the biggest, longest-standing flaws in the Fenix, was this inability to reload an arrival if you just changed the approach, and you had to force it to do it. You use this workaround. It was such a frustrating process. And not only was it frustrating for me as a pilot, but it was frustrating for me as a controller, because when you get any of these types of situations where you've got multiple different arrivals and you change from 22 left to 15 right, all of a sudden you've changed the runway, but it's still flying the old arrivals. So instead of going up here where it's supposed to and what the controller is thinking you're going to do, it goes down here. Toronto is a common one all the time too. Of course, I'm very familiar with it because I know it, but Toronto especially, the number of times you see somebody turn the wrong way. Here's the boxum arrival for the 5s and 6s. Actually, no, that's not a good example. Let's use the Amoeba 9 arrival even for 5s and 6s. Nope, not that one. This one. Here we go. I'll figure it out eventually. So you'd be advertising 05 and 06 right for arrivals, and pilots would program in 05, then you tell them 06 right. So they dutifully go into their FMS, they'd hit ILS 06 right, but the star would not reload. So they would sail down this arrival, and then they'd turn this way, and they'd do the downwind for 05, even though they're supposed to be doing the downwind for runway 06 right. Because nobody verifies the waypoints. Nobody actually looks at the charts and makes sure that what's in the box matches the chart. That's a whole other problem. But as controllers now, this problem is going to be at least partly solved now because of the fact that at least Fenix will reload these things for us. And so even if you reassign this guy 06 right, he's no longer going to fly the 05 star. It's going to reload the star for him as well, and he's going to fly this correct downwind more often than not. Not a guarantee. Not everything always works out, and that's not the only flaw that causes that to happen. But yeah, nevertheless, it's a game-changing fix finally. It was one of those long-standing flaws. I love Fenix. I think they've done a fantastic job with this aircraft. It does so much stuff so well, and occasionally you do find glitches with it. But overall, it does what it's supposed to do, and it does it so well that these few things that were not correct stood out like sore thumbs. And this whole not reloading the star thing was just it was a pet peeve of mine because it's not correct. It's not the correct way the Fenix treats this stuff. It's a little programming shortcut that I think was used because European stars have different names if you're doing different runway transitions, but that's a European thing. That's not a worldwide thing. In North America, the same star can have multiple different transitions depending on which runway you're on. So yeah, that sort of, I hate to say narrow world view, but that world view of only the European stars and not the North American stars was a big headache. It was a big, long-standing headache with the Fenix. But that was fixed. Literally, I think it was while we were streaming last time, while I was streaming my last stream. That fix came out, and so I was able to download it and fly it the same night. It was wonderful. It's so nice that that's done now, so you don't have to force it in and everything. You still have to check it in the box, but you don't have to change stuff because it will have properly fixed itself in the box. You just need to check it and go over it, make sure it's all there. That was huge. The other thing that is nice to have, it's not a have to have, but it's a very nice to have. Is something I can show you here, and I can't show you Boston, but I can show you something else. So go menu, ATSU, AOC, and we have this nice little ATIS button right here. So Cleveland Center is online, and they're running an ATIS at the Cleveland Airport. So you go and hit arrival, make sure your network is the one you like, hit send, wait a couple seconds, and it'll pop up here. Boop, boop, boop. There it is. Cleveland ATIS information, ACO 1351, winds, ILS, NOTAMs, everything's there. VATSIM ATIS. The only thing that's missing from this that PMDG does better is there's no auto update. But you can now get your ATIS in the airplane. You don't have to look at the VATSPY window. You don't have to load anything. It all happens inside, and that's really nice and realistic. The one thing that I would want to do as an alternative, as a addition to it, is I would love to have the ATIS on a printer, because the only trouble with this is that it's very much kind of like you have to be in that screen to see it, and it's 50-50 whether I'm going to be in that screen or not. I have mixed emotions about ACARS printers. the first couple companies I worked at, they were like, here's a print button on the ACARS printer. If you need some information that you want to save and be able to look at and reference quickly, hit the print button, but don't do it for everything. You don't need to do it for everything. If the dispatcher sends you a message that acknowledges your snag report, you don't need to print the acknowledgement. You know, if you're getting an ATIS for an airport that maybe you're not going to operate, you know, that's an alternate, maybe you don't necessarily need it in front of you, but you just want to see what it's doing. Whereas with the destination, the ATIS for the destination is a useful piece of information to have at your fingertips. Literally a little piece of paper that you can, I've got my Post-it note, but like literally you can hold it in your hand and you can read it, you can put it down and you can pick it back up again without having to go in the box. Like this whole idea that everything has to be on a screen is there's something frustrating about that sometimes. All right, so the SAT is minus 42, so we don't need the anti-ice on even if we end up in this cloud layer. You don't need to have like constantly like little bits of paper or everything on a screen. Sometimes little bits of paper are nice because it's easy to pick up the piece of paper that you need and look at it without having to go bloop, 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 bloop. The screens are the limited resource, and they're displaying lots of different useful pieces of information, but something that you need to look at over and over again, like an ATIS, print it out. So the first two companies I worked at were kind of like, everything's going to go onto the screen. If you want to print something, print it. We got a printer in there. You can print stuff. You can have it, but don't have to print anything. And then the next two companies I worked at, it was print everything. Oh my God! There's no such thing as an ACARS message that comes to the screen. Everything goes directly to the printer every single time. A mixed blessing. Again, some stuff is good to print. The ATIS, fantastic to print the ATIS. Maybe your takeoff and landing data. Send for that by ACARS. Get the copy of that and hold it in your hands and read it.
1,000 people.
Roger. That's nice to have. But like every time your dispatcher sends you a message about something little, acknowledges the fact that you sent them a snag report or a PIREP, it prints out a whole sheet of paper that says acknowledge. Everything goes on the printer, and that I think is a little bit crazy, and I'm not a big fan of that. Like some things are great to come off the printer. ATIS is one of them because you're going to probably look at it like 7 different times in the airplane. What was the altimeter setting again? What was the runway in use? What approach did they say they're using? What's the temperature right now? What's the wind do? You know, you can pick it up really quickly and look at it. So some things are great to have roll off the printer, but having everything roll off the printer in the last two companies, it's been everything rolls off the printer. And if the printer doesn't work half the time, nobody even knows you're getting ACARS messages. It's I'm not a big fan of that, like the amount of paper that gets wasted because of that. Mach Alt Star. That cloud formed really fast, didn't it? All right, and there is Mach Alt Cruise, cruise procedure. We're just about to pass HCT, so that'll be our first time check here in 12 miles. In the meantime, let's just do a really quick flow through the flight deck here. Make sure that all the switches are where they should be. I didn't move anything. There's no lights indicated on except for the one that should be on, which is the Gen 1 is the one that should be on. It looks like everything's good. The APU lights should also be on because the APU today is running, and that's okay. I'm okay with the APU running. You can go back to flight plan page now. We demonstrated that. But VATSIM ATIS is, oh, so nice to have in the airplane. Again, just increasing that level of immersion where almost everything happens in the airplane. And speaking of stuff happening in the sim, all right, let's see here. So we got 33,000, 33,000, 33,000. So the RVSM checks. Everything appears to be accurate there. We're just about to pass HCT, so let me just pull up my flight plan and we'll do a quick time check here, see how this is going to work out. All right. Let's see here. No, not that. This. Flight log. HCT. Haynes Center. All right, so we just passed it now at 14:55 with 12.0 in the tanks. So fuel, we're a little bit below the plan. We're about 300 kilos below the plan at HCT. We ran that APU for a long time on the ground. We started super early, so that might account for it. We'll see. We'll make sure there's no more of a downward trend. Unfortunately, one thing we don't have is we don't have the minimum fuel at each location. So we're only 300 kilos below the plan. It's still pretty good. All right, so let's just carry some times forward here. Actually, I'm just going to use blue because blue is much easier to see going forward. And this way we can do some proper time and fuel checks as we go here. So just give me a minute to add this all up. This is the not exciting part of flying, but somebody's got to do it. It's 34. 1550. Fortunately, these numbers are all working out to be really easy today. And it's not going to take us too long to get there. Why is the APU usually off after engine start and only used in low power settings? Wouldn't the redundancy be beneficial? I mean, yes, the redundancy would be beneficial, but there's also a cost benefit to it. You already have a double layer of redundancy in the airplane to begin with. You have two engines running. Both engines are supplying bleed. Both engines are supplying electrical power. So in this case, I would say basically it's a cost thing. The APU is going to cost a certain amount of fuel to burn every hour. It's going to cost about $200 worth of fuel every hour, not to mention the wear on the APU, the additional wear on the APU. In a lot of airplanes, that would also limit the altitude. The APU often cannot be operated through the entire flight envelope. And the 320, it can be operated through the entire flight envelope, but it can't be started. Oh, I should know this. 25,000? I'm pretty sure 25,000. You can't start it above 25,000. So you might have limitations, and you also can't use the bleeds above a certain altitude. So there it might throw some additional limitations on there. But basically, it comes down to efficiency. We don't need it on all the time. Yes, the redundancy would be nice, but we've already got double redundancy. We have two engines running. The second we don't have double engines running, that's when we would start using it. And so today is the exact case of that, where today we only have one engine generator running. Was only one. If we were to only have the engines running and not the APU, we would only have one generator supplying this airplane. If that generator conked out for any reason or that engine quit, we would have a real big problem in a real hurry. So that's why today we're gonna run the APU all the way back to Boston. $17.46. Wow, that jives perfectly. All right, so I added up everything perfectly. Yeah, there are usually altitude limits to the APU, and the altitude limits depend on what functions of the APU you plan to use as well. So generally, oh my God, Microsoft, you suck. Now the wind has gone to 0, and then it's going to go back up again at some point. Now it's going to flick back on the weather again. This is why I like Active Sky, and I've been using Active Sky more, and I didn't turn it on today. Yeah, so basically the altitude limits it just comes down to the way the APU functions. So for the 320, the APU can be run for the entire operational envelope. You can run it right up to 39,000 feet. However, you can't start it and you can't use the bleed. So when you turn on, basically the function behind it is that when you turn on the bleeds, there's the other. Now it's the weather's come back on again. Oh, for crying out loud! Basically, when you turn on the APU bleed, you're taking away a bit of air from the gas path, and that air actually provides cooling to the APU in the combustion chamber. So when you start to take away a little bit of the air, the APU runs a little bit hotter. The same with the engines. When the packs are, when the bleeds are running, when the packs are running, the engines run hotter. We normally accept that because we don't mind, because we design them to run that way. Same thing with the APU. But when you start to get up to the high altitudes where the air is really thin and you don't have that much air coming in to begin with, when you start sucking away a certain percentage of that air to run the bleeds, you're going to start running into problems with the APU not having enough air to sustain its combustion or cool itself, and also for the start process too. You can't start the APU at the high altitudes because there's not enough air that the APU cannot compress the air enough to get a solid start and accelerate itself and not burn itself out. So yeah, basically, yeah, that's what it comes down to, is the air is limited. So when you get to 30,000 feet, there's only you get about 30,000 feet. It's only about 25% of the air you have at sea level. So it's not enough for the APU to be able to support pumping in bleed air in. If you do that, the APU will not have enough cooling air running through itself, and it will overheat. And same thing for the start, is that the start is one of the most precarious times, and if you're ever going to get a failure or an overheat in a turbine engine, it's usually during the start, because you're lighting a fire inside this can, and you're relying on the air blowing through the can to suck enough of the heat away that it doesn't melt anything. But during the start process, when there's only a small amount of air moving and it's slowly increasing, but it's very slowly increasing, you need as much cooling air, and you have to restrict the fuel flow. If that air stagnates, if you can't get enough air flowing through there, then the airplane, the engine won't be able to accelerate, and you could potentially overheat the engine because there's the hot air and the hot gases exhaust is not being moved out of the engine compartment, and it's just accumulating inside the engine compartment. So that's also true with the APU. And actually, watch the APU start. If you get a chance to do it with the Fenix or with any other sim airplane that's reasonably realistic, watch the APU when you're starting it and see how hot it gets. The APU really runs like exactly where it needs to. Now, of course, right now it's running pretty cool. Right now, you see the EGT there. I'm not sure how well you can actually see that, but it is running at 370 degrees, so it's pretty cool. You can see it's way below the red line, way below the yellow line, because there's no bleed air coming out of it. If I was to turn on the APU bleed, which I'm not really supposed to do at this altitude, you'd see the temperature would jump up quite a bit. I'm pretty sure Fenix will model this realistically. I'm going to do it just to see what they do here. And look at that. See, right in the APU bleed, all this cooling air is going out through the bleed instead of running through the gas path. And look at the temperatures coming up. You're not really supposed to run the APU bleed at this altitude, but I'm just doing it for the demo here. You'll see the same thing with the engine. So now that I'm running the APU bleed, the engine temperatures are actually going down because the engine bleeds are off, and so more cooling air is going through the engine gas path and cooling off the exhaust of the engine. When I take the APU bleed back off again, you'll see the APU bleed, the APU temperature is going to take a little bit, but it's going to go down. The engine temperatures are now going to start increasing because they're going to start supplying air to the bleed system, and so less cooling air for the engine exhaust itself. So Fenix does model that actually pretty well there. But yeah, if you watch the start of the APU, you'll see that like during the start process, it gets to about 20%. 20% I think it adds fuel. I don't know exactly when the APU adds fuel, but whenever it adds fuel, that temperature goes up fast, almost to the red line, and then it holds it just below the red line. It restricts the fuel flow just enough to keep it from melting while the APU slowly accelerates. It's very extreme, more so than the engines. So watch the APU start one day. Just sit there and just watch it, and watch the temperature and the RPM increase with the temperature. And it's an interesting thing to watch. It goes up to almost the limit every single time you start the APU. The APU is typically in the tail cone, right? It usually is, because it's just an easy place to kind of keep it where it's out of the way, where the exhaust gas can be routed behind the airplane. Yeah, I can't think of any other location in an airplane where they keep it, because it's also, I hate to say it's dead space, but generally the tail cone is going to be a lot of dead space. A lot of aircraft, it also helps balance out the aircraft, so by putting this big heavy weight in the tail, it kind of evens out the balance of the aircraft from the nose to tail. So you can imagine this big, you know, I don't know what it weighs, but it's probably got to be a couple 100 pounds at least in the tail. It just kind of balances out the whole thing. There have been cases where airlines have had to remove APUs to repair them, and it throws the weight and balance. You often can't fly the airplane until you put a new APU in there because it's so far out of balance. The intake, so the exhaust is on the tail cone. The intake for the A320 APU is on the underside of the aircraft here. Yeah, this is horrible. Let me see if I can do this. Let's do it this way. That's a little better. So that's the intake right there. That's the intake right there. It's a flap that moves. That's actually not solid. There's actually a duct right there, but obviously they didn't draw the duct. But this flap right here actually moves up and down. It moves up to open up when you're using the APU, and then when the APU is not in use, then it'll automatically close itself down so that you don't get air going into the APU. The other thing that's really neat about the APU intake is you'll notice the structure of it here. So it actually juts out into the airflow, and it's got this kind of like this little lip around here. And the whole idea is that the basic assumption is that there's going to be stuff running down the belly of the aircraft. So this right here is the drain from the aft galley and aft lavatory sinks. So not from the toilet, but from the sinks. This is the drain right here. So water, will drain out of this and will just go out into the atmosphere. But chances are some of it might spray back onto the airplane and start running back down the airplane in the airflow. So the way the APU intake is designed is it's got this lip right here. It's nice that it's moving closer for me here. So any water that's coming here will stay under this lip, will kind of run down the fuselage, will not kind of come over this, but will just get caught under this lip and will run down the fuselage and will not go into the intake. So anything that's coming out of the drains underneath the airplane will not end up in the APU intake. The APU juts out the intake juts out into the airflow just a little bit, just to get just air in there. So that's a really smart little design to the APU there. Not the blue ice pips. No, we do not. That stuff all gets sucked into a tank. There's two giant tanks right in the wing root area. In the wing root area here. There you go. There's the two air conditioning packs, but there's also two giant tanks. One of them is a water tank, one of them is a waste tank. So all the water for the flight is stored in that tank, and then there's also a waste tank that sucks anything that comes out of the toilets into the waste tank. And then, of course, that gets drained after the flight. They don't drain that overboard. But even things like de-icing fluid could run down the fuselage. Even if you get some frost on the airplane, you start flying and the friction starts to melt the frost, but like you had frost in the morning that wasn't on the wings, it was just on the fuselage maybe, or even just on some windows, it can run down the side of the airplane, run back. There's also drain holes in the airplane. Like there's moisture can accumulate anywhere. The temperature changes in an airplane are crazy. Hot, cold, hot, cold. Like you come up here, it's minus 46 degrees outside right now, so it's really cold inside. So you get condensation when you go back down then into the warm air. The stuff doesn't heat up very quickly, so you get condensation. Depends on certain things do heat up quickly, but especially things like the fuel tanks don't heat up quickly. So right now the fuel is at 2 degrees. When we get to Boston, that fuel is going to be probably about minus 20, minus 25. When we land, it's not going to warm up quickly, so you get cold spots on the tank. You have condensation in the airplane, things running around. So yeah, any fluid that's running past the airplane will not get sucked into the APU intake that way. Ugh. All right. I think that's pretty much the sum total of my knowledge of the APU. You can't start it more than 3 times in a row, then you need a 30-minute break, I believe, on the starter. That's about it. Yeah, just trying to think if there's anything else interesting about the APU. It's funny, but the APU is one of those things that you don't even necessarily need to know all that much about, because it really is. It's an auxiliary unit. It's not. It just runs at 100% all the time. It's either running or it's not. It's got its own it's got its own FADEC. It's got its own computer that figures out exactly what it needs, opening up the intake on time, scheduling the fuel flow, changing the fuel flow to increase or decrease the speed depending on the load. As the generator needs more load, it might have to increase the fuel a little bit to maintain speed, otherwise it would decelerate. Structural question: how far out into the wings do the fuel tanks extend? That's an excellent question, and I'm not 100% sure of the answer. It is pretty far, though. And the 321 only has one wing tank, and then but it does actually have a surge tank. So I'm pretty sure they go like pretty far out. I'm not sure if it's somewhere out here. I've seen like the frost on top of the wing go out as far as this, which means that there is probably fuel like as far out as the as far out as the aileron, but then also outboard of the wing tank, there is also a surge tank, which basically, if there's any excess fuel, it gives it a chance to overflow from the wing tank. So if you fill the wing tank with cold fuel one day and then you fly somewhere warmer, or you just leave it sitting outside for several hours and it heats up and the fuel in the tank expands, there's a surge tank that will take that overflow rather than just venting it all overboard. And let's see here. Dang, that engine's noisy. I think probably the best guidance, though, is where these wing vents are. These fuel tank vents are, because I believe both of these fuel tank vents are in the surge tank, so I have a feeling that the main tank ends right about there, right about where the start of the aileron is, and then that's all surge tank out there. I don't think the surge tank goes right to the wingtip. I think it goes about halfway down the aileron. But I haven't seen the inside of a wing 100%, so I'm just sort of speculating based on what I've seen of like frost forming on the upper surface of the wings, where the fuel tank is creating that frost. All right, we have a company message, which is probably like, "Why did you leave so late?" I can pretty much guarantee you that's what they're saying. It's so weird to see stuff on the memo. Normally the memo's blank in flight, so to see this APU available the whole time, like, oh, I have to turn that off. It's like, no, you don't actually have to turn that off. JetBlue Ops. Why did you leave late? Well, we had to deal with an APU. We had to deal with a reset of a system, and we had to deal with me talking a lot too. That was also the reason why we left late. I talk too much. But even so, it is a minimum, bare minimum, 25 to 30 minutes to get this airplane set up, and that's if it's not cold and dark. If it's cold and dark, you can probably add another 5 to 10 minutes for the IRS alignment on top of that. And that's assuming nothing's going wrong. If you have to do a mechanical reset, and that was a great example. And I do like that, like, stuff fails in this airplane randomly. And the only thing that bugs me about the random failures is that the random failures, even though I have like major failures selected, the random failures always seem to be benign failures. I don't think I've ever had a major failure. I don't think I've ever had a generator fail. I think I've had maybe I've had generators fail. I think I've randomly failed generators, but even when you do like trigger a random failure, it's always something minor. It's always, oh, the CVR has failed. Oh, the ELAC has faulted. Quick, reset it. Oh, look, it came back. It's fine. It's those levels of failure. It's never anything particularly exciting. It's never a rapid depressurization or an engine fire or anything like that. It's always minor little things that go wrong when you trigger random failure at the Fenix, and that's the only thing I don't like about it. Like, I like to be surprised. I do, because that's one of the biggest things is that whole startle effect. When something sudden, especially like right now, like we are having a great flight. The air is smooth. It's cruising. You know, right about now, you'd probably be enjoying some breakfast maybe. The flight attendants will bring you some breakfast. You get some coffee in your hand. And everything's pretty nice and calm and quiet. And then all of a sudden you get the red light go off. And your heart rate immediately like doubles. As soon as that red light goes off, you're like, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? And you can't even process it for a couple seconds. You know something's happening. The adrenaline's pumping up, but you can't even really process it for a couple seconds. You have that startle. But I like that. I want that. And I need that because I need to practice training away that startle to be ready to immediately, okay, something's happening. Diagnose it. What's going on? What do I need to do? Unusual Ben wants to know, what's the biggest failure I've had and how did the cockpit crew resolve it? I mean, I've never had anything terribly crazy happen in flight that I can really think of. I've had a generator knock offline in flight. I've had like I've seen very minor medical issues. I've never seen anything that even required like medical personnel on the ground. Let me think here. Because I've been lucky enough that it's never been anything too major. I have had the red light go off in cruise, and each time it goes off, it's a lav smoke, which means it's, of course, somebody smoking in the lav. It's not actually a fire in the airplane. It could be. It's possible it could be. But the second you see it, your immediate gut reaction is, Oh, yeah, it's probably somebody smoking, because 99% of the time, that's what it is. It's somebody vaping in the lab or smoking in the lab or something like that. And they come out and they look all sheepish. I've had it happen twice in like the last month, which is actually kind of interesting. But it, especially like, because it's a red alarm. When that lab smoke goes off, it's a red alarm. It gets your backup. Until you look down and you say, oh, lab smoke. But for at least 5 to 10 seconds, your heart rate is at least doubled. And even then, it takes it takes a few minutes for you to cool back down again after hearing it. Let's see here. I really can't think of too many. When you hear that sound, though, that suddenly makes you wake up until you look down and you say, okay, warning. All right, I've got control. And ECAM actions, it's smoke, lavatory smoke, cockpit cabin communication established. And that's all you can do. You don't even know which lavatory it is. All you could do then is just say, okay, and you call the back end. And they say, yep, we're looking into it. Give us a second. They call you back like 2 minutes later and say, yep, we found a kid vaping in the lab or something like that. And it's not, it's nothing usually too exciting, but it really, for a second there though, at that red light, when you're just sort of sitting there, fat, dumb, and happy, nothing much is happening, cruising along, eating breakfast, whatever, and all of a sudden that goes off, you're like, whoa! For a couple seconds, you're like madness, until you look down, and you're like, okay. But it's that startle, it's that first gut reaction. Shh, holy shoot, something important is happening, and you're not always ready for it. All right, I see we're just coming up on Lincoln, Nebraska here, so I'm just going to do a real quick time check here and see how time is doing. Make sure that we're flying the Mach number we're supposed to, because I found that like some of this FMGC programming in the 321, the 320 is like bang on, but the 321 I find it's a little bit off sometimes. So we got 15, 17, we got 11 tons in the tank, so let's see how we're doing here. 15, 17, it looks like we're right on time. And 11 tons of fuel in the tank, so now we're only down 0.2 from the plan, where before we were down about 0.3, so we're definitely not trending lower. That was probably just fuel burned on the ground for the APUs, so we'll keep an eye on that trend, but I'm happy with that trend right now. Let's see here. The only thing I'm thinking right now is that what are we supposed to arrive at? So we were supposed to arrive, we're supposed to be airborne at 1400, 15, 16, 17, 48. So we're almost looking at an on-time arrival in Boston. We're very close, so I think we're supposed to be at the gate at 1748. So that time there of 1747 is not going to get us the gate at 1748. So this might be a time where I can use my captain's prerogative. Let's just have a look here at the fuel prediction page. Extra still saying 3.2. It's getting lower now. Now the estimate's a little bit more realistic for when we get there. 5.5 tons on board, not almost 10 tons on board was what we was estimating before. That's much more realistic, but still lots of extra fuel. We've got extra fuel for the APU, but we also got extra fuel for ATC and weather fuel. There is some weather near Cleveland, but I feel like we could probably bump up this cost index a little bit here. If I can go to the perf page and buy ourselves back maybe another 5 to 10 minutes where we might be able to arrive on time. That already brought us back to 1744, and it might recalculate another little bit here. So I'm going to use my captain's prerogative, bump this up, and see if we can get closer to an on-time arrival. 22 left's not a long taxi in. It's not quite enough, though, so let's go with a cost index of maybe 75. Let's see. The trouble with cost index, too, is that the higher you get, it's a logarithmic scale, so as you get closer to 100, individual differences make a little difference. The difference between 0 and 10 is huge. The difference between 90 and 100 is almost nothing. Even that didn't do much. I think we'll go to a cost index of 100 and see what that puts us at. So that's going to put us up towards the red line. Even that's not really kind of giving us, it's still only giving us 0.78. I feel like we can go a bit faster. Let's see if we can, it's pretty smooth. I'm going to give it a selected 8.0 here. And see if that can get us there even faster. It's going to require quite a bit more fuel to get there, but see if we can get there on time. Do these people get arrested on landing? Lab smoking in the lab? Not usually. It is technically a breach of the aviation regulations. It is against the law. It's one of those things. It's like, yeah, the policy we have is that we refer it to customer service managers. That we won't usually refer it to the police. It'll be a customer service manager that will talk to that person on arrival. Will chances are, you know, if it's a first offense, they'll get talking to. They'll get recorded in their file. And if it's a second offense, chances are second or third offense, they might get blackballed from the airline. Another great question. Thinking of fuel calculations, how do airlines estimate the weight of the passengers for fuel consumption rates and requirements? That's another really good question. And basically what they do is they will use a standard weight. They will set a standard weight for males, females, children, and infants. They'll usually be the 4 categories. That standard weight will have to include everything that goes into the cabin with that person. So cabin baggage, you know, jackets and clothing and purses and whatnot, anything that they might bring into the cabin. So checked baggage is all weighed and loaded separately. But yeah, in terms of what's brought into the cabin, what the passengers weigh, yeah, a standard weight is used. So I'm pretty sure the FAA, I know Transport Canada has a standard weight. I'm pretty sure the FAA has one too. I'm trying to find it here. Pardon me. All right. So here's right from Transport Canada's website from one of their advisory circulars. Standard weights of passengers, males and females. So basically anything 12 years of age and up. Children are considered 2 to 11 years. They're just locked in at an average of 75 pounds. Infants 30 pounds. Females, and then this again varies from summer to winter. And why? Clothing. On average, each passenger will wear about 6 pounds of additional clothing in the winter versus the summer when you start adding in jackets and everything else. This is people wearing t-shirts, maybe shorts, maybe long pants, but this is wearing jackets and hats, or, you know, you may not be wearing the hats and mitts, but chances are they're in your person, in your pocket, or in your glove, in your purse or backpack or whatever you have with you. So the weight even varies from summer to winter. So this is the Transport Canada standard. What most airlines actually do is most airlines usually establish their own standard, and it has to be updated periodically. So it used to be a lot less. I'm trying to remember now. I think the average female weight 20 years ago used to be 165 and like 171, and then I think men were like 182 and 188. I believe was the average weight 20-something years ago. But those averages were very dated at the time. At the time, they were based on surveys that were done in like the 1970s, and then they were not updated for like 25 or 30 years. And of course, what they found was that there was a couple of accidents that happened in especially in the U.S., but also some in Canada, where they determined that these weights were no longer accurate. That at the time they were taken, they seemed reasonably accurate, but not only people weigh more on average than they did 20 years ago, because of course North American society, we're all getting fat. Yeah, exactly, we're all getting a lot fatter. But also the nature of carry-on baggage changed in the last 25 years as well. It used to be people checked everything they could. You'd bring like a purse or maybe a briefcase with you, and that was your carry-on bag. Like that was it. You would bring something small, you know, maybe 5 pounds, and that was your carry-on bag. And now almost everybody and their mother is like 25-pound roll-aboard suitcase, because they don't want to check their bags because the airline's going to lose my checked bag. And I get that. I totally get it. But like that is factored into these weights. These weights include carry-on baggage. Yeah, they've had to be updated and increased over the years to increase the carry-on baggage allowance and everything else like that. And they do have to get updated. So I didn't read this actually, but I kind of breezed through it. But basically the idea is that the idea is that every operator should probably weigh their passengers on average and get an average. male-female breakdown, children breakdown, and also baggage. So every once in a while, these airlines will go out and they'll do a survey. It'll be like every 5 years or maybe even every 10 years. They'll do a survey where they'll weigh passengers in aggregate. They won't try to find out individual people's weights, but they'll weigh people in aggregate. They'll average everything together, and they'll come up with new weights. And these will be updated every 5 or 10 years because things do change. Policies change. Societal norms change. So over time, these have had to evolve. So these are the standard for all of Transport Canada, but each airline, if they have their own system, they can come up with their own weights. And I'm pretty sure most of the major airlines do the surveys and come up with their own weights, because depending on your particular airline, your carry-on baggage policy may be more generous than other times. There's a lot that can factor into it. All right, so now the physics question: does increased weight of stowed overhead luggage affect the CFG or moment of rotation for the aircraft? I'm going to say no, because it's still. Yes, it will have an effect on the CFG. Will it be substantial enough to have an impact on the moment of rotation? I said no. I shouldn't say no, because it will have an effect. The better question is, will there be a significant effect? And the answer, I think, to that is pretty substantial. No, there won't be a significant effect, because especially if you've got a full airplane, the average, certainly the center of gravity, is going to go right in the middle of the airplane. So if you look at this and you imagine this cabin inside and baggage is being stowed from here to here, if you had the same bag, every single compartment, and of course statistically it's not possible, but across a large enough airplane, it's very likely that you're going to average correctly. You're still going to have the average CFG be right here in the middle of the wings. And so you're not going to see a significant change in the center of gravity from the passenger compartment for the most part, unless you were only to put carry-on bags all in the front or all in the back. It's not going to be significant. The fact that it will generally be balanced across the entire airplane means that it's going to be fairly well averaged out. The other reason why it's not going to probably be very significant is because the plane will usually be balanced by the location of the passengers. So we do move passengers on occasion for weight and balance purposes. Most of the time, the seats that everyone picks and pre-selects and everything, at random, is usually well enough distributed that it does not have an impact on the weight and balance. Every once in a while it does. There was one airplane I flew, the Embraer, actually, was very bad for this. It was a very tail-heavy airplane in its kind of with an average seating, and so we'd always have to move people from the economy into the business class to get the center of gravity. The business class basically almost always had to be full. So even if you didn't have a full business class people who bought tickets, you'd have to move people from economy up to business class just to move the center of gravity forward enough. But I would argue that in a normal situation where you're dealing with a 75% load factor, the distribution of people around the airplane, they're all going to put their luggage near them. It's going to average out fairly well. If you focus everybody either at the front or the back, they're going to want their luggage near them, so the baggage is going to kind of be in the same area as they are most of the time. But most airplanes, the overhead bins are full from front to back, so that is kind of already been factored in and averaged in to the calculation. So is it possible that you could get a significant change in CFG if you loaded the airplane a certain way? Absolutely. The chances of that happening on a typical flight is so minimal because of just, first of all, how full the airplane is to begin with. But then the other thing, too, is that the airlines also will kind of run extreme scenarios when they're calculating weight and balance and what the limitations are in terms of their loading sheet. They'll also calculate, like, at extreme examples. What if all the heavy people are sitting in the back today? Where's the limit in that case? And do I need to move some people to keep that limit forward? Or if ever all the heavy people are sitting at the front, it's a whole football team sitting in the business class and the economy is all a bunch of children, does that run against the limit? So there will also be a margin on the assumption that these load sheets that the airlines are running are not 100% accurate. On average, they're pretty good, but there's, of course, a statistical chance that all the heavy people in the front, all the light people in the back, so there's always a buffer based on that. What if there's just statistically significant variation in the weight distribution, can we still keep it within limits? I remember when I did years and years ago when I used to do jump flying, and we didn't do a weight and balance report for every flight. What we did was we did 2 extreme weight and balance reports. We did one for if you had one or two heavy people at the front and nobody sitting in the back, and vice versa, and do the two extremes and just make sure you are within limits with you in that airplane at either extreme. And so as long as you could say, hey, no matter which way I try to load this airplane, it's always within limits. You know, you've kind of covered the margin cases, the edge cases, and everything else. You're well in the middle of the range. I know they have to worry seriously worry about CFG when loading the cargo hold. They do, absolutely, and that's the one where they can definitely have an impact. The passengers, I mean, the cabin's kind of, it is what it is, and people are going to want to sit where they want to sit, and you can move them around a little bit, but the holds definitely have a lot more capability to move stuff around, whether you choose to load the forward hold, the aft hold, kind of half and half. I've you know, and sometimes you got to be ready to make a change and analyze, does that have an impact? I can think of one particular case where we were stuck at an airport. I think it was Montreal. I'm pretty sure it was Montreal. It was in the winter, and we were trying to load up to leave, and they couldn't get the loader to the front cargo door because there was a big pile of snow between it and the front cargo door. And they're like, we're going to have to delay your departure by 20 minutes because we're waiting for a plow to come and clear the snow so we can load the cans in the front. And we called them back and said, yeah, we can't do that. If you delay the flight 20 minutes, you're going to cancel it because we're going to run out of duty day in 20 minutes. So you're going to have to come up with an alternate solution. So what they did was they called load and said, can we leave without the luggage in the front? Because we don't know when they're coming. The airport was notoriously unreliable. Montreal is one of the worst run airports on the planet, I swear. It is a horribly run airport. But yeah, they said, we have no idea when this guy's coming. So they called up load planning and said, can we leave with just the cans that we've loaded in the rear? Will it still be within limits? And they did a quick calculation. They said, yep, no, if you don't load anything in the front, it's still all within limits. And so that's what we did. We took off without the cans because it was either that or cancel the flight. It's not a great alternative, but it's winter and we're just trying to make do the best we can. But yeah, it can absolutely. There's a huge variation. I think you put 4 cans in the back and 3 cans in the front on a 321. So there's a huge chance for you to certainly vary where you load the aircraft depending on if you have a CFG issue that you're worried about. Lots of good questions, though. I really like them. You're making me think today. Which is good, because Cleveland went offline, so we're not dealing with Cleveland anymore. There's an Nantucket terminal controller. That doesn't help me going to Boston, though. Let's see here. We're just leaving Minneapolis' airspace. We're already just about to enter Chicago's airspace. I'm just looking at my VATSIM here. We're already almost entering Chicago's airspace, so we're doing good. We're making good time here. Still got 2 and something hours to go here. 17:45. We're losing that tailwind a little bit now as we kind of come around here. And I was trying to pick up that tailwind as best I could. I have my moments. Hey, no, I appreciate it. You know, it's good. Like, I had a few topics to talk about, but I've been so busy I hadn't had a whole lot of time to think about stuff. So I'm kind of glad that you got some good questions to ask. Let's see here. What was I going to show you here? I was going to do this here. Show you my sim briefing here. I'm going to go with just IFR high here, but what I wanted to show you guys was just the weather here, because I used the weather today to kind of plot this route a little bit. Not that. Let's see here. What can I pull up here? What am I trying to do here? This is what I'm trying to do here. There we go. So here's our jet streams for today, and this is what I tried to take advantage of when I was doing the SimBrief planning. So the first routing SimBrief offered me was like a straight line right from Denver to Ponset, which was pretty good. But then I looked at it in the second route. This was the second route that was offered. It was almost a straight line, but there's a little bit of a turn to the north here. And my thought was, I wonder if we can catch that tailwind. And so I looked at it and I said, I think we can catch a little bit of that tailwind on that second route here. Where's my SimBrief flight planning here? And so I did. I used the compare function here, and I liked it. I'm not sure if it's going to remember what I did. No, it's not. So this is the first route, which is more direct. So if I hit calculate and compare on the second route here, so this was actually the first one that I did, and you can see it's actually 4 miles less, 1548 versus 1552. However, it actually took, according to the calculation, 3 seconds longer and 2 kilos. At the time, it was more like 90 seconds. With the new recalculation of the new winds or whatever, it's now down to about a 3 second. So it's statistically insignificant change. But I love the fact you can do this. You can calculate and compare and say, hey, does going north and taking that route save me time by having the tailwind behind me the whole day? This one's even more northerly. This one's even more southerly. So this one's even more northerly. What if I do this third one here? And so you can run multiple calculations, and then this one it doesn't like 30 more miles. It's actually 33 seconds longer, probably because more mileage. You get more tailwind, but you're actually going to take longer still to do it because it's a longer distance. So I love that SimBrief will let you do that. Will let you do the comparisons right on paper. I used to generate like 4 or 5 flight plans sometimes to try and come up with, okay, what's the fastest route? What's going to be, and normally like dispatching software will crunch this automatically. You just hit flight plan, and it's assumed that you want the lowest cost, which is usually the shortest time, least amount of gas burned. It'll automatically come up with all that stuff. SimBrief, of course, is not necessarily that advanced, although it is very good for what it does. But it didn't necessarily analyze multiple routes and say this is the optimal route. It would analyze the route you gave it, so you would have to pick multiple routes and optimize them and come up with something. So this calculate and compare button, it saves you from having to hit generate and generate a PDF and look at the PDFs and analyze the PDFs over and over and over again. So it does save you. I think it does save them some processor power as well, because they're not generating PDFs for every single permutation that you're interested in. It's just quickly just crunching the numbers. What's the time, distance, fuel burn calculation? Compare them and see what's going to be most optimal. So yeah, so we didn't use this route today. This was the first route offered, and you can see it's very straight. We took the second route, which is just ever so slightly more northerly. It's got this hit through Dubuque here, which just it's going to grab us the tailwind for a little bit longer, and it did actually reduce the fuel burn and the time slightly. Statistically insignificant, but it's nevertheless interesting to see SimBrief do this. Now, the one thing, of course, that is interesting, and I got an email this morning, and I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to talk about it really, but I did get an email from Navigraph to indicate that they may be integrating, that they're entering an open beta. I was invited to an open beta to test out a new in-sim integration of SimBrief. And I like the idea. I like the theory behind the idea, but I'm a little bit hesitant to do it. And the reason is because of this. Is the Navigraph charting app. And it's not that I don't like the app. I like the app. The problem is just the time it takes away from the sim. Look at these jumps now, because it had to pause for... Wow. Because it had to pause while it was loading all these charts, and now the airplane's trying to react and get back on course. But for a couple seconds, it wasn't running any calculations because all the processing power of the sim was diverted towards loading the charts. I'm afraid that integrating SimBrief in will have a similar impact. This is pretty intense, and it's really well done. Like once you get it loaded, the zooming and the vector art and everything is fantastic. But again, one of those is it worth it things. And as much as I'd like to kind of show you guys the sim or the Navigraph screens in the sim because it's easier to see what's happening, I don't like to do it because it takes away so much processor power from the sim. I'd rather kind of use the browser, which is kind of a little bit more, I think, designed for it. And my computer does not necessarily take all the power away from the sim and give it to the browser. It subdivides the power a little more equally. I like Navigraph's in-sim charting app as an idea, theoretically, and it's really nice when I'm trying to do streaming because, you know, I can click on stuff in there and it doesn't disappear like with the browser, of course. If the browser is the focus, then that's fine, and it'll overlay. But then the second I need to click something in the sim, of course, the browser disappears behind the sim. Having the in-screen charts, that that doesn't happen. But the load time and the processor power it steals away from my sim. My sim is struggling at the best of times to kind of keep going here. It's not so bad when we're up in cruise, and it's doing. And that's the thing is we were just up in cruise. We're doing. I basically kind of maxed out my frames here in cruise, and still like it took away so much processor power from the sim to go and draw the charts that like the whole airplane kind of ground to a halt. And then suddenly, oh, whoop, what am I doing again? And it came back to life. Frustrating. So I'm concerned about integrating into the sim with SimBrief. I think it could be interesting, and I really want to try it out as a beta, and it's a neat idea. But sometimes there's things that just run better outside the sim, and I think that SimBrief is one of those things where you kind of use it before the sim, and I think that's somewhat realistic having it being external to the sim, because the dispatching usually happens outside the airplane. It doesn't happen in the airplane. Nevertheless, it is a neat idea. Be interested to see how it works. Let's see, what else can I talk about? Trying to think here. The one thing that sort of has been a little bit in the flight sim news lately, and I haven't really taken a look at it because it's sort of, I'm interested in it, but it's one of those like, I'm mildly interested in it. I feel like I don't have the time to deal with it right now. But the one thing is that the A380 is finally going to be released by FlyByWire. So they've been working on this for, I don't know how long now, but apparently they're going to be hidden behind me there. Apparently the A380 is going to release into kind of a public alpha state. So it's going to be kind of a still rudimentary state, but it is going to release apparently in 2 days on October 31st. So probably by the time this gets onto YouTube, this will already be out. But it's yeah, it's an open alpha condition. So you know, it's a usable airplane, but there are going to be features that are not going to be working properly yet. Interesting to note that FlyByWire cleared users should expect performance to be on average 25% lower than the A3NX as a point of reference. This is due to the nature of the additional systems and the modeling of the plane pushing Flight Simulator 2020 to its limits. The team will continue to optimize as development progresses. Let's see here if I can even run this thing. Minimum. Intel i5 4460. Well, okay, I definitely am getting into the... They don't even have an Intel recommendation for the high. I definitely meet the recommended CPU, but my GPU is down here at the minimum. GTX 1060, that's actually me right there. I do have lots of memory. I'm way up on the memory. Storage, 28 gigabytes of free space. At least 4 to 8 gigabytes needed for page file. Wow. Wow, that is a complex airplane. Wow, I don't think I'm running that. I mean, I have the hard drive space now. I've simultaneously freed up and tied up a whole bunch of hard drive space lately, but yeah, things that should work. Expect a full custom FMS with all AirInc 424 leg types supported. Support for holding, waypoint sequencing, everything like that. All the displays should have data. Electronic checklist for normal and some abnormals, along with a QRH. Brake to vacate apparently already exists. So there is stuff that's in there. Oh, they have the on-screen charting. See, and that right there is that could be huge right there. Like, look at the amount of artwork just to draw that on the screen. That is a lot of. I could see that being a lot of power right there. It's been in development for so long. I'm kind of interested in it. I mean, as an airplane, I'm not a big fan of the A380. I think it's one of the ugliest airplanes made in the last like 40 years. It's interesting from the perspective of just its sheer size and mass and how much you need to really rethink your operation just to handle it. I mean, you look at airports and what they had to do to prepare for the A380, and it's a bit ridiculous, and it kind of, I think, is part of what's made it into a bit of a white elephant, is that so many airports can only handle like one A380 at a time. You can only, like so many airports, the parallel taxiway systems are designed for a 747. The A380's got a bigger wingspan than the 47, I believe, so that you end up in this place where you can only have one A380 operating at a time, and then you've got to watch out what's taxiing parallel to the A380. You can't even have another, 777 or 47 taxi next to the A380 because there's a chance they could trade paint on the wingtips. So, operationally, a very challenging airplane for pilots and for airports. You've got this incredible wheelbase that you've got to maneuver around. So they've got the camera. I wonder if the camera, the taxi camera, is modeled, because that's important. Like, to try and get that giant beast of an airplane around an airport, you need that. You need to have this awareness of where your wingtips are, where your wheels are, because the oversteering for this airplane is crazy. So it's one of those airplanes to me that is like, it's interesting as a novelty. I'd probably enjoy flying it a handful of times. Would I want to fly it on a regular basis? I don't think so. I think it would go, for me, the way the Concorde went, which was the novelty was really neat. I had a real tough time with the Concorde. I found the autopilot was very troubling. And maybe I didn't understand it properly. I've tried the DC Designs Concorde. I liked it. It looked really good. It was really neat. But, like, it's such a complicated old-school airplane. With such unique features that it was very hard to kind of use in the sim. The fuel system was extremely complicated, and I couldn't seem to get that to ever properly transfer fuel. I had all the switches where they're supposed to be, and the fuel just would not seem to want to move and get used up in the correct direction. The fact you had to have afterburner switches is like, okay, well, no throttle quadrant pretty much that's designed for civilian, no civilian throttle quadrant in flight sim has afterburner switches. So how are you gonna trigger that? And just so many kind of unique things like that. It was very challenging, and I found it very frustrating to try and use. I had a very hard time ever getting it to kind of do what I wanted to do, what I expected it to do. So I hate to say it, I lost interest, but it gathers dust in my hangar. I probably have not fired it up in at least a year, if not 2 years, since I first fired it up. It was interesting, and I thought I had an understanding of how. It was interesting of how to try and figure out how to fly that thing and try to conquer it. I tried really hard, and I was able to do takeoffs and landings, but I found that, like, trying to get it to accelerate into supersonic and trying to get it to fly approaches reasonably was very challenging. And that I just found that the autopilot, it's a very old school autopilot. I'm not sure if it was me and my understanding of the old school autopilot, if I was not understanding it properly, but I found I had a very hard time ever getting it to capture an ILS. I could never get it to capture an ILS properly, so I was trying to hand fly this thing that is just, it's huge. You can't see out the front because, your deck angle when you're on approach is like this, because you've got this wing that generates almost no lift unless you're except through the angle of attack. There's almost no pressure drop over the top surface of the wing for the bottom because of the delta wing shape. It's mostly just the angle of attack, just flying through the air is what's keeping it aloft. So you're pointed way up in the air. Like, I just found that, like, trying to get the autopilot to do what I wanted to was very frustrating, and I liked it, and I don't regret buying it, but it's one of those airplanes that just, it fell out of use because I found it very, very frustrating to try and use. I could never seem to get the autopilot to properly do what I thought I was telling it to do. And maybe that's me. That might be my failings. And the fuel system was the other frustrating part, too. I found that the fuel system, I couldn't get the fuel system to burn properly either. I could never seem to get the CofG to where it needed to be because I couldn't seem to get the fuel system to transfer fuel properly. I'd have the pumps on, I'd have the valves open, everything would be indicating properly, and the fuel would just not be moving. It's a pity because I would like to say that I could conquer that airplane. What can I say? I'm a child of the modern era, I think. The 320, the 37, I feel totally at home in those airplanes. The triple as well, I feel very at home in that. But when you put me back in the Mad Dog, I like the Mad Dog, but man, what a lot of buttons. What a lot of switch flipping and just constantly button pressing. So much manual work to do it. There's so little automation in there. Like, I understand why they needed a third person just to run the systems in these airplanes. And that supposedly was a two-person airplane. But I can see how people forget stuff in that airplane because the Mad Dog. I like the Mad Dog, but boy, is that a complicated airplane. All right, we're passing another waypoint here. I think we're over Dubuque now. Now we're going to start to lose our tailwind here. We've already lost a bunch of it. Now we're down to 50 knots. So let's see here. Dubuque, we're going to call it 1550 with 9.3. Let's just see how we're doing here. Make sure we're not losing too much gas here. So 1550. It looks like we're still right on time. The extra speed is not getting me anything here. 9.3. We're still 200 kilos below the plan. That's been very consistent. So it doesn't seem like we're leaking any fuel. It just seems like we maybe burned more fuel before it took off. So that's okay. We're still working on getting there for 1746-ish. Has this thing... Yeah, still 1746. Yeah. Even with the extra speed, we're not getting there any faster now. It seems like we're kind of... The wind is not quite as strong as forecast, and we're just trucking along as best we can. Oh, well. What can you do? So that means we still have 2 hours. Yeah. It's going to be time to think about a break in a few minutes, but I don't want to quite do it yet. I want to wait till about another 20 minutes, half an hour. Let's just make sure and look ahead, make sure there's no ATC online. There doesn't appear to be ATC online, so we are kind of getting up towards Chicago. If I zoom out far enough, you might see Chicago on here. There's... I think there's Chicago right there, so we are almost halfway there. It's sad that Chicago is halfway from Denver to Boston. We've crossed the plains, and we're going to cross the whole Great Lakes in the Northeast next. What else can I talk about, though? Yeah, I'm interested in the 380. I certainly in an open alpha state, I don't think I'm going to be interested in it. And it sounds like I may have to wait till I upgrade my graphics card, which is still coming slowly coming, slowly. I'm hoping the next year is going to happen. Hopefully there'll be some windfalls that'll convince me that I can afford a graphics card upgrade. Let's see, what else? What else can we talk about here? I'm just trying to think. Cross the Pond. I didn't even post my Cross the Pond video yet. I should probably do that this week. But I did participate in Cross the Pond for the first time in like a year because... Again, I'm going to rant on it again one more time, but Discord. Why is everything on Discord? It's such a chaotic, terrible place to make announcements because announcements quickly disappear just like that. Everything gets equal weight in Discord and announcements are gone just like that. It seems like the only place you can find out information about anything these days is Discord. So frustrating to deal with that. Why we don't have web pages that actually make banner announcements of like important information. Because Cross the Pond was one of those things. When the airport voting was open, I was trying to find the date. I went to go vote, and I went to go look and see what the date was, so maybe I could get it off work. And there was no information anywhere on the website. Just, oh, it's coming. It's coming. We'll tell you when it is, like a week in advance. But it's coming. There was no information on it. It was so frustrating to try and find it. Cross the Pond team, I'm looking in your direction. You do a great job with a lot of stuff, but this year the information, and lately that seems to be a problem, is that the information does not get disseminated. You've got to pick a date, and it's got to be picked at least 3 months in advance at a minimum, and it's got to be announced 3 months in advance because people need this much time to get time off work. I ended up participating in it just by sheer luck of my schedule and not because I bid for the time off, but I worked until... I was at work until basically 1 a.m. Was it 1 a.m. or was it... Yeah. I think it was at work until 1 a.m. before Cross the Pond. So by the time I got to bed, it was about 2:15 in the morning. And then I set my alarm for 6 a.m. to get up and do Cross the Pond. Which I woke up and I was simultaneously excited and having one of those like, what the heck am I doing moments? Because trying to control airplanes and that volume of airplanes on 3 hours and 45 minutes of sleep is not, it's probably not a good idea. It went fine. It went fine. Boy, was I tired that day, though. I had to have a nice long, like 3 hour afternoon nap to make up for it. And then I was happy I got to participate because I did not get to participate like the last like 2 or 3 times because of just like the timing. I'm always at work. It's always on a weekend. I'm always working on a weekend. And I can get a weekend off if I really try. But I need 2 months of notice to do it. You can't be announcing the date like 3 weeks in advance. And that seemed to be what happened this year. There was no information about the date during airport voting. I was trying to find out about it then, which was about 8 to 10 weeks in advance. And there was no information about it. and somebody said, oh, it's on posted on Discord. I never got a chance to go look for it. I couldn't even find I'm not sure if I am even on the CTP Discord, but like there's 1,000 Discord servers. It's like a whole mini internet in there, except without a useful search function. You can only search on the server you're already in. Yeah, like we live in this era where I think people are just used to just like not being able to having to search for information instead of just putting information out there for people to find easily. And I think that's part of this. The problem is we have this whole attitude that information just has to be searched for. It doesn't have to be searched for. You can put information out there that doesn't have to be searched for. And websites are a perfect example of that. Like, not everything needs to be on social media. A website is a great way to find out. Like, if you need to know the address of a store, you're not going to go looking on a Discord to find it. You're going to go to their website and look at the bottom of the website, and there's usually going to be an address there, and you expect to find these things. And we just sort of have gotten into this thing where you have to Google anything. And I absolutely despise the idea of a mixed search bar, address bar at the top of your browser window. That bugs me to no end, because half the time when I'm trying to type in a website and go directly to a website, it instead takes me to the search page that searches for the website that I just typed in. You type in phoenixsim.com into the search bar, but instead of going to phoenixsim.com, it goes to Google and shows you, well, here's the top result for phoenixsim.com. Go to phoenixsim.com. Just let me go directly to my address bar. Like, the integration of the address bar and the search function seemed like a good idea at first, but it seems like the search engines have bogarted the address bar altogether now. And most of the time, like, it doesn't even take you to an address anymore. You can type in literally phoenixsim.com and it won't take you to that address. It'll take you to search for that. Yeah, this whole idea of like merging stuff together. It's great in certain contexts and when it works, but in certain contexts it doesn't work. And yeah, a lot of cases it does not work. Another one that really kind of bugs me is this whole like Microsoft always trying to like integrate OneDrive into Windows Explorer, and like, oh, your OneDrive is just a part of your computer. No, it's not. My computer's here. Your OneDrive is way out there on the internet. They're not the same thing at all. You know, don't try and make it look like OneDrive is just another folder on my computer. It's not. It's something very different. You can have folder integrated, but make it's separate. This whole idea that like, oh, everything in Windows Explorer, the whole internet is part of your computer. It's not. It's not part of your computer. It's separate from your computer. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just all that time trying to make everything's the same. It's not the same. The internet is not my computer. My computer is not the internet. There's a difference. There's a big difference. Yeah. I could rant endlessly about this whole thing. You know, even just the, you know, oh, you have to log into Windows. You have to log into a Microsoft account to use Windows on your computer. Why? Why do I need a Microsoft account to use a piece of software installed upon my computer? That just drives me nuts. It drives me nuts to no end. I've ranted about it before, so I don't want to rant about it again. But I did kind of solve a little bit of my problem a little while ago. We got ourselves a little bit of a pay raise, so I finally went out and bought myself a NAS and a couple of hard drives, and I have my own cloud server now and my own backup server in my house that you and I get along famously. See, and I'm not the only one. This is the funny thing. Is like so many people deride me as like, oh, you're an outlier. I'm like, I'm not the only one by any means that thinks like that tech is not the solution to all of the world's problems. That just because we have 100 screens in front of us doesn't necessarily make us better people. I'm very much, I'm not becoming a Luddite in that I hate technology. It's that I hate technology for the sake of technology, trying to tell me that my life is easier because you have this technology, and that's not always the case. So that's one of the reasons why I bought myself a NAS, was to be able to bring that stuff in-house. So my backup happens in-house. I'm able to actually set up some automated scripts that back up my important files on my computers to my NAS, and eventually also to my external backup service as well. But it's also nice to have access to all the photos and be able to share all the photos without having to use some external cloud server and store your photos on some cloud server that's going to get hacked eventually. Not that I don't think my thing could get hacked either, because I definitely don't believe that. I'm sure it can get hacked, and I've set in some security measures, and I may even lock it down even more. I haven't debated yet. Yes. Tech is great, but our reliance on it is dangerous and foolhardy, and the merging, sheesh, stop the merging. Yes. Yes. Another beautiful case in point, Fitbit and Google. What a horrible, horrible, horrible merger that is right now that's going on. So I think it was like 3-4 years ago, Google bought Fitbit, and they're trying to merge Fitbit into their own health apps. And oh my God, I don't have a Fitbit because I like having a real watch with just an analog time. And no matter what time it is, I know what time it is. No matter where I am in the world, I know what time it is because it doesn't automatically or maybe automatically update, but then sometimes it doesn't automatically update. I hated that about my phone, was that you go somewhere to a different time zone. Sometimes it would recognize that it was on a different cellular network and it would update. Sometimes it wouldn't. And you'd be like, is that my home time? Is that the current local time? Like, what the hell time is that? So my phone no longer changes times in different time zones. I do the time changing for it because it's not reliable. And even better, I just like to have an old-fashioned watch. Nothing changes on this watch. No matter what time I look at it, it's always in my home time zone, and I can do the math and add up, unless you go to Newfoundland where they add in a half hour and the whole thing's out of whack. But that's a whole different story too. Yeah. Oh, you can find watches. This is a Tissot, so it's a really nice watch. If you are willing to spend some money, you can actually get some really nice analog watches now. And this was a gift. It was a nice gift, and I really appreciated it. It was a very nice gift for my birthday like 3 years ago. But it's a very nice watch. But it's very basic. It just does the basic stuff, and that's exactly what I want. Yeah, good luck finding a dumb TV as well these days. But yes, so yesterday there was a birthday, and one of the gifts was a Fitbit watch. Was a nice new Fitbit watch, more for workout tracking than anything else. But my God, it took me like 3 hours to figure out how to tell this app to change, to install this watch, so that my child could use the watch on their phone. They could link the watch to their phone and use it on their phone. It took 3 hours, and the app just kept taking you in circles. Go here and change this. And then you do it, and you come back and be like, go there and change this again. And it was circular. There was no... The user interface was the most frustrating thing I have dealt with in a long time in tech. The Fitbit app is just a piece of garbage. From a user interface perspective, it's a piece of garbage. You can't find what you're looking for when you're trying to find stuff. There's all these random symbols and icons and things like that, but you're trying to find the user profile and trying to change to a Google account because it'll only let you install it with a Google account now, and it won't let you change it. And oh my God. Yeah, it was so mind-numbingly frustrating, and I'm like, isn't this tech supposed to be smart? Isn't it supposed to be making our lives easier? This was one of the most frustrating experiences I have. It literally took me 3 hours yesterday to figure out how to get this Fitbit connected to this new watch. And I am not a tech Luddite, I am not an app Luddite, but it was just such a convoluted user interface. I couldn't even begin to fathom what they were trying to even get me to do, and it kept giving you all these descriptions of like, you have to update the profile to a Google account, and you try to do that and it would say, no, you have to update this first. You have to update this first before you can update this, before you can update this. Well, why don't you take me to that page in the first place? Why do you make me go to the end page and then go back one step at a time through these 40 different steps to do it? Like, it was just, and there's no help anywhere. It was just the most frustrating process, I tell you. The Fitbit is a neat-looking watch, but my God, the app that goes with it is just the most garbage piece of technology I have seen in a long time. And I've seen a lot of garbage pieces of technology, but it was just such a frustrating process. And just all the more makes me say, I do not want one. I do not want one. I ended up having to install the app on my phone because I'm the family leader of our family, so I had to approve this, even though I don't have a Fitbit. I had to install the Fitbit app and install it so I could approve this connection to the kid's account. And it's just like, oh my God, why do you make this like incredibly impossible to do? It was just, I was just about ready to give up. We finally got it working in the end, but it literally took 3 hours. It shouldn't take 3 hours to set up a Fitbit. It shouldn't. And I don't understand why they make it so difficult. Oh yeah, and then there was a message at one point that said like, this account is not eligible because it's managed by a school or organization. I'm like, it's not a school account. It's a personal email account. It's a personal Google account. Oh my God. It's... I can't believe like that these are the kind of things, these are the kind of products that are getting out into mass market. And yes, Unusual Ben makes another comment about smart TVs. Smart TVs. All they are is tracking TVs. They're not smart TVs. There's nothing smart about them anymore. And So you said you can't even get a dumb TV at any cost anymore, and I tend to agree with that. I have a TV over here that we bought 3 years ago when we redid this room that I'm in right now. When we bought this TV to mount on the wall, and it was like pulling teeth to try and get a dumb TV. I'm like, I want a dumb TV. I don't want a smart TV. I want to choose the application, and I never want to connect my TV to the internet. Exactly like what you just said. I don't want my TV connected to the internet. My TV is just a output device. I'm going to input video to it. It is an output device. It does not need to connect to the internet. It does not need to track anything. It does not need to know my name, my age, my weight, how many friends I have on YouTube. It doesn't need to know any of that. It's just a TV. It just needs to project the input that comes in through the HDMI cable onto a screen. That's all it needs to do. And it's just like pulling teeth trying to even do that. And yeah, so I managed to find this dumb TV. I think we found it at Walmart. But yes, it was incredibly hard to find. And I am 100% in agreement with you that smart TVs they're right up there with automobiles. Oh my God, this rant is never going to end, is it? But smart TVs are right up there with automobiles. It's like there's very few advantages and way more disadvantages in terms of the amount of tracking. Like I have very mixed emotions about getting my kid a Fitbit watch because the amount of tracking that can go on. Like it's the idea of having a heart rate monitor because we go running and we do running together. The idea of having a heart rate monitor, that's really neat, and having a GPS counter so you can track your step counter and GPS in it to track your workouts. That's all really neat, and I appreciate that. But there's the dark side of it, is like all this data tracking. Too much data tracking, way too much data. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to have that much of your data constantly tracked. And so it was a good idea because right now we track her workouts just with their phone, just like running and like phone like in a pouch, and it's awkward. It's kind of bouncing up and down, and so yeah, having it on a watch, like I do see the advantage to that of being a much easier thing to bring with you when you're out there running. But just the data tracking, it's horrendous. And then we're talking about Christmas gifts, and they're like, oh well, maybe we should get a VR headset. Let's get a VR headset for one of our kids because they're really into gaming. And then I started looking, and the only ones that are cheap are all the Meta ones, which require you to have a Facebook account to use a piece of hardware in your own home. So I said, that's a non-starter right there. My kids don't need Facebook. They don't want Facebook, and they will not be on Facebook. You and I could sit for hours and rant harmoniously. Yeah. Oh my God. I like technology when it makes life more interesting and better, but so much of this stuff does not. And so many of the tech companies, and AI is right there at the top of like things that are, you have to ask, is it really making our lives better? Because I have yet to see any evidence that any AI is making anybody's life better. It's just dumping garbage on the internet. It's just clogging the internet with so much garbage that we can't even begin to pick through it. We're using it to make decisions for humans. We're taking humans out of the equation. And then we're using it as a blame. Oh well, you didn't get approved for this mortgage because the AI said so. Blame the AI. It's nothing I can do about it. The AI said so. What can I do? I'm just a human in this equation. I'm not allowed to make any decisions. Yeah, I don't want AI. I don't want AI around us. I think it's a bad idea. The tech companies are selling us on this stuff, and I'm like, I don't really see the advantages to this stuff. I don't see too many advantages at all. We got lots of human beings on this planet. We got dumb people, but we got smart people as well. But we need human beings in the equation. Like there's at the airport, there's one of those just walk out stores that's supposed to just detect what you buy and charge you when you walk away, and that's right up there with the self checkouts. I hate it because there's so many variables in the real world that programmers, I hate to just insult programmers, but programmers often can't account for. I'm not trying to necessarily disparage programmers themselves, but there's so many variables in the real world that programmers cannot account for. I'm just watching this traffic here. I'm concerned we may get a TCAS RA soon here, but He seems to be moving the opposite direction that I am at the same altitude that I am, which is not correct. If they're going westbound, they should be at 34 or 32. Anywho. Okay, they're passing off 10 miles off to the side anyways. So that's okay. Yeah, I hate taking human beings out of the equation. The other day I called the hotel front desk. I tried to call the front desk, and I got a stupid virtual operator. And I said, I need a microwave. And they're like, for microwaves, contact the front desk. Well, that's why I contacted the front desk, but you have this stupid machine in between that can't do anything, in between me and the person that can do something. I was like, oh my god, like this is the most annoying thing I've ever had to deal with. I thought, okay, maybe I can order it through the AI. The AI says, microwaves are available on site. Please contact the front desk. That's what I was doing when you picked up the phone when I called the front desk and answered for the front desk, but you couldn't do what the front desk could do. You need human beings in the equation to actually action these things and do these things. It just, stop putting AI between people. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. All these like artificial chatbots and service bots that companies are deploying, they're all terrible. They're all absolutely terrible. If I need quick information, I can usually get it pretty quickly, but most of the time, I need something that a human is going to be able to do, that a human has to authorize. And all the AI ever does is just slow down the process and make it slower for everybody and less efficient for everybody. It's all it ever does. It doesn't actually take you to the final step. It just inserts another step in the middle. It's just a middleman that doesn't do anything. Oh my god. It's been like half an hour. I got to stop ranting about this. We got to find something else to talk about. Because I could go on all night. But, yeah. Anywho. I mean, there are some neat things that technology can do. And one of the things that I have been enjoying still is my 3D printer, which has made some really kind of neat stuff. There's a useful use of technology. But, Captain Nez, you are my hero. My kids don't tell me that. Why don't my kids tell me that? Why don't my kids are like, oh, he's complaining again. He's an old man again. You're definitely not alone, though. 100%. There are, and I have this discussion with lots of people, and lots of you get into like, and it's probably, maybe it's the demographic of people, but like when you get in a flight deck and you talk to people, I do find some people disagree with me, and I can understand where people are coming from, but I do find a lot of people agreeing with me about a lot of these things, about technology being out of control. It's not making our lives better. Cars are getting worse day by day. Cell phones are the devil in a little black box. I find a lot of people are agreeing with me. It's, Silicon Valley's trying to just make a shit ton of money. Oh, I said a bad word now. There we go. Now I'm not going to get any advertising. They're trying to make a ton of money off of selling you stuff you don't actually need. And AI is probably the biggest boondoggle of trying to sell you stuff you don't need that's come up for a long, long time. But yes, I have seen that. The growing support for return to dumb products, dumb phones. One of the funny things, like my phone camera stopped working, now it's like 6 months ago. And I don't feel the urgent need to repair it. It's a hardware problem. It was intermittent for a long time, and it's definitely a hardware problem. Like, it just, like, nothing can connect to the hardware. So it's obvious the hardware is just completely, it's either fried or disconnected or something. I'm okay with that. There's days where I'm like, oh, it's a pity I can't take a... Really? Again? There's days where it's a pity I can't take a picture of something. And I do kind of... there's days where I say, it's annoying that I can't do that. But there's also days where it's just like, it's nice that I live in a world where I live in the now, where I take a mental picture and I interact with my kids instead of putting a phone in front of my face so my kids can interact with my phone while I film them. And, yeah, there goes Pullman. Let's just do a quick fuel check at Pullman. There was a part of me that the last time I got a phone wanted a dumb phone, and for personal reasons I kind of want it. Let's see here, Pullman. So... 1614 8.1 1614 8.1. So we're actually early now. Okay, we're starting to make up a little bit of time here. We're down 0.3 on the fuel, which kind of makes sense if we're burning a little extra gas. It's still very much within reason. We're still showing lots of extra gas when we get to Boston at this point. Yeah, dumb phones, dumb watches, dumb TVs. There's a growing market for dumb products because, and it's, the thing is, it's not, dumb and smart are not the right adjectives. It's such a, smart is such a terrible adjective. The correct adjective is connected. And people do not want all these constantly connected devices. There's a growing support for disconnected devices. That's the word you're looking for. And I know you're using the common vernacular that all these companies are putting it on you to make you sound like you're a smart person for buying this smart product. This smart product is going to make you smarter. It's such a marketing gimmick, and I hate it. It's a connected product. It's a connected doorbell. It's a connected camera. It's a connected TV. It's a connected car. It's connected to the internet. It's internet enabled. Internet enabled does not necessarily make it smarter, as my foray with the Fitbit app demonstrated. It just means it's connected and it's tracking you 24/7. That's what it really means. So yes, I totally support the dumb phone movement. And the last time I went and got a phone upgrade, I definitely was looking at a few of them. None of them quite met my needs. And the problem is, like, when I do go to work, I am a mobile person. I move around. I need connect. It's not that I need information to be able to come to me in a very quick and easy fashion. So that's why, like, I have a hard time reconciling a dumb phone, and I'm almost at the point where I would support the idea of having a work phone versus a home phone, versus not even a home phone, but a work phone versus a personal phone. How about that? The personal phone would just be a dumb phone that just texts and phone calls, and that's pretty much it. And then the work phone, I'd be able to access information about weather and schedule and things like that on the phone, because sometimes you need to get access that information quickly, and it does help in certain perspectives. But I definitely understand the appeal of having that, just a dumb phone that does nothing but text and talk, and that's it. Anyways, now I have ranted for a while about that. I think I drove away most of my viewership because I guess most of them disagree with me, but that's okay. You're definitely not alone. There's definitely lots of people out there that I talk to who are like, yeah, I simultaneously love and hate my phone. I simultaneously love and hate my car. I simultaneously love and hate my TV. Like, there's a lot of neat stuff that technology can do, but some of it is just, like I said, not making our lives better. Oh my God. End rant. Stop talking about it. I think I'm going to step away for a couple minutes now, because it's basically lunchtime. We've been going for a good solid, stream's been going for probably almost 3 hours here now. Yeah, so we're going to start setting up for arrival in Boston in about 15 minutes. So I'm going to give myself here, it's basically 18 after. I'm going to give myself till 35 after. I'm going to eat some lunch, refill my coffee cup, because, yeah, there's like one sip left in it. That's pretty cold. But I'm going to refill my coffee cup, go for lunch, that sort of thing. So stick with me, guys. When we come back, we'll start setting up for the arrival into Boston. Maybe we'll see if we can set off some failures in this airplane if we've got a couple people watching just for fun. But yeah, I'm just going to take a quick little mid-flight break. So yeah, I'm going to give you control. Don't mess anything up. You got it? Okay. I have no trust in him. No faith whatsoever. I've come back and the plane's just like careening out of control. So, yeah, we'll do that, and we'll be back in, like I said, just over 15 minutes, and we'll start setting up for arrival into Boston. We'll hope for some ATC if my Boston controllers are online watching. I'd love some ATC in Boston in about an hour. In the meantime, guys, stick with me, and we'll be back in just a little bit. I'm just going to give the external view. Before I do that, I'm going to turn down the volume, because otherwise it's going to be super noisy when you get outside. There you go. There's a rear end of an airplane. That's what everyone just wants to see outside. It's just a rear end of an airplane. What if I do this view today? How's that look? Does it look good? Something like that. This is almost too bright with the sun. All right. Anyway, something like that. I'll be back in about 15 minutes, guys. In the meantime, yeah, you go grab some lunch as well, and we'll see you shortly. All right, everybody, we are back back in the flight deck. Now we got a little bit of lunch in us. We got a little bit of fresh coffee. So now we are ready to do a another hour and a half of flying and set ourselves up for an arrival into Boston here in just a few minutes. So right now we're just crossing over southern Ontario here, actually, and it should be actually getting pretty cloudy. It's just outside and it's raining. I wasn't actually outside. I let the dogs outside. I opened the door, and I was aware it was raining. So that's it's not coming up on here very well, though. We just hop in the flight deck here, and I'm just going to turn the volume back up to about where it was before, I think. I guess there is a little bit more cloud cover in that direction, but again, like I find like rain showers and bands of showers do not get quite implemented in the sim the way they should. Let's see if I can find this here. So yeah, because if you look over here, basically after Jamestown, which is where we're coming up to now, there's a fairly solid band of showers right now moving through southern Ontario. And yeah, I mean, we're seeing a little bit of it now, I guess. We're seeing a little bit of some stuff built out here, but I just find it's not usually dense enough to really kind of represent reality. And this is the trouble with like if you're only using kind of METARs to interpolate what the weather is on the planet, that's not a fine enough resolution to actually create like a realistic weather scenario for flight. It's great for what's happening at that airport right now, but like for the en route phase, what's happening here, what's happening there, there's stuff in between. There's rain showers that might be between here and there that are not being witnessed at either end, so it's not like they just disappear, they're just moving through. So I kind of wish that maybe Active Sky, and I feel like Active Sky would be more on this than Microsoft, than Sobo themselves. I kind of wish that Active Sky would kind of take a radar feed, and here would be a great use of AI. Process this, find a way to process this and represent this as weather, as rain in the sim. And I know it's complicated. It's definitely complicated. It would require some changes, some interpolation, because obviously even the radar image is only taken every couple of minutes, so we've got to interpolate in between that and kind of just keep it slowly moving, but moving, changing, fluid. But it wouldn't even have to change that much. We could sort of realistically kind of change it from one, from one snapshot to the next. We could kind of slowly morph it in that direction, and by the next snapshot is taken, it'd be a little bit behind, but at least we get some active weather we'd have to kind of walk around and watch out for. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue here, because we are kind of going over Jamestown, taking us just a little bit to the south side of the weather, and this time of year I don't think we're going to have that much active vertical development. We can actually check the layers here and see. Looking out the window, it doesn't look like there's that much ahead of us. Let's see here. Convective cloud top level, and yeah, there we go. So convective cloud top level, so there's some stuff in here up to like 284 seems to be the highest, so we should be sailing all over it. This stuff over here is jet streams, there we go. So kind of lightish purple, lightish bluey. That's kind of in the 10 to 15,000 foot range. Okay, so that's somewhat realistic, but yeah, I think you can see what I'm trying to say, though. I need to step away for a while. How long do you have left in this flight? Excellent question. We've got about an hour. 17:45. Yeah, we're landing in 1 hour and like 10 minutes. Not even 1 hour and 10 minutes. So if you guys step away for a little bit, try to be back in like 45 minutes, and we'll get some stuff going on then. Let's see here. Yeah, so I think it's about time we started looking at arrival into Boston. So there's a Providence approach and there's a Nantucket approach, but there is no Boston approach controller online yet. So we're just going to have to go and do this the old-fashioned way, do it all ourselves. So let's go over here to my digital ATIS, which I've got right here. Let's go find Boston. Let's actually find the real ATIS for Boston. So there it is. Information Sierra at 1554 Zulu, winds 200 at 6. 10 miles, broken 6,000, broken 25,000, 12 degrees, -1, 3057. Wow, that's a pretty high altimeter. We left, it was 2960, and now we're up to 3057. It's almost a full inch higher. Ooh, that's a big change. ILS 22 left, departing 22 right, runway 27 is approved for turnoff. Read back all hold short instructions and assign altitudes. Increased bird activity in the vicinity of the Logan Airport. Numerous cranes in Boston area and in the vicinity of Logan Airport. Advise of Sierra. All right, so it is still ILS 22 left. That's what we've got set up. And 27's approved for turnoff. Okay, great. So, let's see here. Let's start with, let's just start with, let's start with landing data here. Let's just make sure we're good to land on 22 left. It should be a dry runway. And let's just apply the METAR here. 160 at 78 degrees, 3058. That's all very close anyways, close enough for the purpose of the landing distance calculation. Landing weight, that's always a good question. Let's ask it. So we got a ZSW 69.5. We're gonna land with expected 4.5 tons on board. That's no longer, that was nearly 10 tons before. Now look, it's gone down. Like the fuel burn is the accurate. It's the prediction on the FMSs that Fenix has got to work on. There's something really wacky about the pre-departure fuel predictions on their 321 FMS, and the 320 FMS I find is like bang on. I find it's like bang on or close enough to it, like you wouldn't notice the difference. But for some reason, this is just way out, and I don't know why. And I hope they figure it out, because otherwise, I like the product. 74 tons is going to be our landing weight, anyways. Is what I calculated there. So I'm going to add a little tiny bit of a margin, so we'll call it 74.3, just in case we get any shortcuts. 74.3, low auto brake, no reverse, manual landing, full flap, and auto thrust on. And if we do all of that, it gives us a factored landing distance of 8,200 on a 10,000 foot runway. So that is sufficient using auto brake low. So we can go ahead and do that. So we'll go ahead and set up for auto brake low. We've got the distance. I might just do a quick little check here at Buell in 12 miles, and then we'll actually start setting up in earnest. And we have time, but like I find, like I start talking about something, and then all of a sudden it'll be like we're top of descent, and I haven't set up anything because I start ranting about something else. Fortunately, I didn't. I played with my phone during lunch because no one's home in my house, so I got to do something to entertain myself. I didn't find anything too interesting on there. Anything too new, too interesting on there that to talk about. So it's actually a good thing. So let's just do this fuel check here at Buell. See how everything's trending, and then we'll do our setup here. So Buell. There it is. Buell is on Jet 70. We're about to get to Jamestown, and we're switching to Quebec 82 at Jamestown. So Buell, 5.8 miles. I'm going to say we're going to have 6.7 in the tanks at Buell anyway. So it looks like the fuel's still pretty consistent here. 300 kilos down on the plan has been pretty consistent all throughout. We're definitely not leaking any fuel out the way this is working out here. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be 16:42. We're going to pass Buell. So this 0.80 is gaining us about a minute. It's not much in the grand scheme of things. Use my captain's prerogative for nothing. Sometimes it does make a difference. This case is not making much of a difference. We're really kind of slugging it out because we don't have much of a tailwind anymore. We got 48 knots behind us. It's going to diminish as we head towards Boston here. Yeah, but we're not leaking fuel. That's the important thing. And the other check that you should do periodically to make sure you're not leaking fuel is actually add it up. So you look in the tanks, you say 3,400, 3,300. That adds up to 7. That adds up to 6.7. So 6.7, and we've already used, according to the engines, we've used 7.6. So 6.7 plus 7.6 is let's see here, 14.3, which is pretty much where we started, 14.5-ish. As long as you're within, Airbus's standard is about 300 kilos. After any length of flight, if you're still within 300 kilos of the of your takeoff fuel, of your start fuel, then you don't have to consider a fuel leak. That there is not just rounding errors, but there's just averaging errors, calculation errors, especially just in the in the fuel quantity in the tanks, where it. Excuse me. All right, my voice is starting to die here. There's fuel quantity. There's errors in the fuel quantity. It's not that there are errors. It's that there's tolerances. That they detect the fuel accuracy to within 100 to 150 kilos. You definitely know how much fuel is in the tank and how it's being burned, but there is some variation from time to time as the fuel gets gets used up and it's in different places in the tank, it sloshes around a little bit. Different sensors will detect it at different times. So there is a margin of error on the amount of fuel in the tanks, usually in total of about 300 kilos. So if you're starting to see more than 300 kilos, you definitely should consider the possibility of a fuel leak. If it's less than 300 kilos, and especially if the fuel used adds up to the fuel quantity in the tank, it's probably just the fuel sloshing around a little bit, different sensors detecting it at different times. The calibration may be a little bit off. All right, so we've done that. So let's go into setting ourselves up for the ILS-22 left here in Boston. So we know we've already got it in there because we discussed it ad nauseum when I preached about the improvements to the what am I trying to say here? The Fenix star loading system, for lack of a better term. All right, so we're going to do the ILS-22 left. So I'm going to move this off onto my other screen so I can see it, but this is the JFund 2 arrival. We're going to verify all the waypoints that are in the box and on the and all the constraints are on there properly as well. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to come right here so I can see that screen. I can also see the arrows here on my FMGC, and so we can go ahead and scroll up to Ponset where the arrival begins. So there's Ponset. After Ponset, we go to Stoli, Monster above 240, Stoli, Monster above 240, seats at 280 above 210, seats 280 above 210, double above 17,000, bases above 14,000. Then we go to JFund, and then after JFund, it's Autumn at 270 between 11 and 12. I can see that there. Winter at 250 between 10 and 8. And then we go to Harris. For 22 left, we go Islay, 6,000 at 220 knots. And Lowland, 210 at 6,000. Islay, Lowland, and then we continue on the vector leg. Expect a vector to the ILS for runway 22 left in Boston. All right, I can see the waypoints there. I'm just trying to see. Stop doing that. Just trying to fight with this on my other screen to make it a little bit smaller so I can actually see the full thing here. All right. There we go. All right, so now I'm looking at the approach plate for the ILS-22 left in Boston. So Noli has to be above 4,000. Wayne above 3,000. Vocus at 1,700. You can see Vocus. So we're going to scroll through these waypoints here. Vocus is at 1,700. And the ILS... and then that's Boston 22 left. The missed approach is 3,000 feet outbound on the 219 radial to the Winnie intersection and hold. So we go to 420 just because you go straight ahead for 400 feet. And then it's 219 inbound to Winnie and hold. And that's the end of the flight plan. RadNav, so we should have for this 110.3 ILQN for ILS-22 left. We don't have that yet because we're still pretty far out in all honesty. BOS, we'll put that in there. So we're now 392 miles from Boston. So we're still about an hour out, but that's okay. We're making good time. We'll get there soon. GPS primary and high. Performance. Cruising at 100. We don't want to descend at 74340. Now let's go. I'm just going to go back to the start chart for a second because sometimes they like to throw on there descent, but it doesn't say doesn't say descent at Mach number until 280 knots. So we can go as fast as we want. I'm going to go for the descent. I'm going to go 7.9 and then slow to 320, and that starts to give us a bit more of a margin when we get a little lower. I don't like to go much faster than 320 in the descent. What did I do? 0.79 slant 320. There it is, 7.9 320. And then for the arrival, so I'm going to go back to my ATIS here. We've got an altimeter of 3057. We've got a temperature of 12 degrees, and the winds are 206. So more or less down the pipe. It's actually seeming like a nice day in Boston. And the ILSDA, going back to the ILS chart here, for Boston is 216. So we're going to go ahead and set 216. There we go. And for the missed approach, it's 3,000. So we're just going to do 3,000 for the acceleration altitude. And the engine at acceleration altitude as well. All right, again, fuel prediction. We're showing over an hour of extra fuel when we land in Boston. Our alternate is Manchester. We should check the weather in Manchester. Is there an ATIS in Manchester? KMHT. There is not. So I'm just going to use... I'm going to just request I'm just going to request an ATIS, and I could do it. I could even do this through the MCDU as well, but this is just quicker. Winds are calm, overcast at 3,000 feet, 8 degrees -2, so it's still VFR. I might just look really quickly here at the alternate. It's marginal VFR, it says, because it's at 3,000 feet. Let's just have a look at weather. I just want to see what the task says. Make sure I'm happy with this as an alternate still. It says broken 2,500, overcast 3,500, and eventually broken 3,000, broken 5,000. Rain showers that are rolling through Ontario won't get there till like midnight, so that's fine. Okay, so as a alternate, that seems fine. We do have an hour of extra fuel there. We got lots of runways as well to choose from in Boston. Secondary, we'll recopy the active, and I think that's it right now. I'm going to leave 22 left in there. I don't have anything else to put in there right now. The one thing I can also do here is put in the routing to my alternate, which I actually should get in the habit of doing. I haven't been doing it, and I should get in the habit of doing it. So let's just check out the alternate here. Let's see here. So the alternate is Logan 4 Manch Direct. All right. Well, I can't put a SID in the alternate routing. I can't load a SID until this becomes the primary routing, but I can put Boston. I can put Manch. Oops, going the wrong way there. All right, we are turning, but that's only because of where we are, which is we're right over the Jamestown VOR. All right, so now we've got the alternate routing in there. It's weird that it put PPAWS in there. It should have put Boston in there. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. I wonder if not many people are setting the alternates, and that's why that seemed a little weird. All right, so we've got that all set up. I'm going to take a quick scroll through the note dams, see if there's anything of any interest here in Boston, and then we could probably talk about it. All right, so what do we got here? We got, this is Denver. Scroll down to Boston. There's Boston. Destination airport. 29th October, 10:24 to 1800. Work in progress, work in progress. Faded markings, centerline markings obscured. I don't see anything actually closed, though. Closed to non-scad transients. It's okay, we're scad. Let's see here. 927's closed. A couple of hours today. 1432's closed, except taxi. 15 left, 33 right. Closed, except taxi. That's fine. Part of the runway's not grooved. It's fine. We're not banking on grooves anyways. Approach procedures nav. ILS 22 left not monitored. We can still use it. It's just not being monitored for accuracy by the tower. The monitor system is probably broken. Okay. I think we got everything. And before I forget, I'm just going to do this. You have control.
I have control.
Are you ready for the approach briefing?
Go ahead.
And the reason why I did it that way is because I want to see this pop down here. Weather's good. Runway's dry. APU after landing, yes. It's already on. I might even just put no because I don't want him to turn it off by mistake. Because he probably would do that. Approach types ILS. Threats, I'm going to go with none for now. No auto land. No final sec required. Yes, we'll need the LS. Minimum descent altitude is 217? Where's my charts here on my other screen? 216. Sorry, 216. I was close. Transition to 18,000. Airport elevation is at 16 feet. And that's okay. We don't need a decision height because we're doing a minimum descent altitude. All right, so now that's all put in there, so he's going to make the calls at the appropriate times. Beautiful. Yeah, it did get a little cloudier as we headed out over here. Nice. All right. So first of all, the technical status of the airplane. We have 2 MELs on the aircraft. The CVR is faulted. That's not having an impact on the operation. And the Gen 1 is also faulted. We are running the APU to have the split electrical power supply. Can we still do Cat3 dual with... yeah, we can still do Cat3 dual because we have the split power supply even. You can do a Cat3 dual approach with the generator and op as long as you have the APU running. We're not going to do that, but just saying we could. All right, so yeah, nothing else on the status page of any significance, just those 2 known MELs, so nothing's really gone wrong. So technical status of the airplane is otherwise okay. There's no procedures associated for the arrival. No TAMs, nothing for the arrival as well. So today we are going to be doing the J-Fund. The J-Fund 2 RNAV arrival into Boston Logan, 10-2 Alpha. DDI GPS required, radar required, RNAV 1, turbojets only. The rest of the notes do not apply to us. There are a couple of holds up to the north here for seats and J-Fund in case we miss them, in case we get some ATC online eventually. Still nothing. But I'm hopeful. I'm eternally hopeful. The routing constraints are all as published. There's a ball flag note there. What's that ball flag note say? Oh, yeah, so that's fine. The ball flag note, that's fine. Yeah, so routing constraints are all as published. The bottom altitude on this is 6,000. So when we start down, if we haven't been given anything else, we're going to go all the way down to 6,000. We're going to self-vector from Lowland around to the ILS runway 22 left for Boston Logan, plate 11-3. We expect to see ILQN 110.3 and 215 the final approach course. Focus 1,700 in the ILSDA of 216 feet. Let's see here. Missed approach is as published as otherwise advised by ATC. Top altitude 3,000. The MSA is 2,500 feet to the southwest of the field over downtown Boston. DME or GPS, DME radar is required. We got DME. We'll have we have self radar. Radar required for procedure entry. Self radar. Beaches ILS glide path not coincident. 3-degree standard glide slope. MLSF lighting system with PAPIs on the right. RVR 4,000 3/4 of a mile required for this approach to be successful. Landing on runway 22 right in Boston. Or, excuse me, 22 left is what we're landing on. We're going to vacate right off the runway. Most likely at Papa. If we miss Papa, we can make the right turn on Echo, or 27's authorized. We'll swing on to Kilo. Nothing's closed, so we just have to cross 4 left, 22 right, which is the departure runway, so we'll make sure to communicate on the CTAF. Pretty sure it's 28.8 for Boston. And we're going to taxi to our arrival, which is happening here on Pier B at Terminal C. Let's see here. What am I looking for? Charlie 15, I think, was the gate I had originally planned on. It would be really neat. Maybe it was Charlie 20. No, I think it was Charlie 20 was the gate. Charlie 20. What would be really neat, and I'm just thinking of this now and spitballing, would be if there was a website that generated gate assignments for you. Just random gate assignments, but not totally random. Based on your airline at that particular airport, the knowledge of what terminals you serve, what gates you typically serve, the airline you're currently flying for would issue you a random gate assignment from within those parameters. That would be a really simple, neat website, rather than always like I'm trying to look and figure out what gates work for me. I actually looked at yesterday's flight. Yesterday's flight went to Charlie 20, so that's why we're going there. But would that be neat? Just like, hey, I'm JetBlue, I'm going to Boston, you know, domestic flight. Assign me a gate number. And it would have to pick something from Terminal C, because JetBlue only operates out of Terminal C. So anything from gate Charlie 8 through to like Charlie, I don't know, 23 probably. Pick any of those gates. But like, that would be neat. That would be a really simple website, but could be very useful. Save me from always trying to debate. And then you could just tell the ground controller, hey, this is the gate I'm going to. All right. Yeah, so that's it for the charts. Approach configuration. So this is going to be a managed approach to a manual landing. Clear for the approach. We're going to arm approach mode, second autopilot. The anti-ice will be off for this approach. We got auto brake low. We'll do max reverse and config full for landing. Once we start decelerating, I'll back off the reverse. We're going to, again, try to aim for Papa or Echo or Kilo, or 27 Kilo. Yeah, autopilot come off with runways in sight, landings assured, no traffic's in sight. The RadNav, we're still waiting to see the auto tune on that. The fuel prediction, again, it's still looking good. We're showing 2 tons extra. We're showing about an hour of extra fuel. So if we have to do go around for any reason, we can do go around, come back, and try again a second time. We can try like 3 or 4 times where we have to consider whether we really have to go off to land at Manchester. The weather is okay in Manchester as well. That's basically it. Threats. Nothing really. The biggest threat I see is this guy turning off the APU by mistake after landing, thinking it's off and pressing the switch to turn it on. That I see being the biggest threat. As long as I catch him doing that, then it's okay. Beyond that, it is again a CTAF frequency, so I'll double check. I'm pretty sure it's 28.8 for the Boston CTAF. And it does say CTAF for Boston is 28.8, so that's good. So let's tune that so we've got it ready to go. Then all we've got to do is a little flip-flop later. Heck, I could even ask the FO to flop for me. I can even ask him to flop swap com 1, I think. That's about all I've got for threats right now. We've got lots of gas. We've got pretty good weather at the destination. Airplane's got a few faults, but nothing untowards. Yeah, I think we're pretty good. Do you have any questions?
No questions.
I have control.
You have control.
All right, and that's it. So we're all set up for arrival. We're still probably 20-something minutes from our top of descent point here. I'm going to go ahead and put in a time waypoint to announce the flight attendant's 30 minutes to landing. 17:15. You can drop it anywhere, and it'll figure out exactly where it's supposed to be and drop it on the flight plan. But we're doing pretty good here. I keep looking over here now because I want to know if ATC comes online. Anyways, I'm sitting here, so if they ping me pretty quick, I'll be able to get it. One thing that actually I thought I'd bring up here that actually is really neat on VATSIM. And for those of you that are VATSIM flyers, I suggest you start putting this into your toolbox. Monitor the guard frequency. So normally we use COM1 for ATC communications, Unicom, ATC, whatever. Usually when you're flying, COM2 is set to the guard frequency, which is 121.5, 121.5. And then you can listen to COM2. Usually you listen to it on a lower volume, but you can listen to it. Because the thing is that now there's been a I don't know if that's a change in policy or just simply people just started implementing it, but a lot of the ATC organizations have now implemented guard frequency on their ATC clients where their controllers can monitor, and not only monitor, but also broadcast on the guard frequency. And the benefit of that is it can help you with finding lost airplanes. And that's what it does in the real world. It's probably its #1 purpose in the real world is to find lost airplanes. If somebody misses a couple of frequency changes or a controller forgets to switch their frequency, both of which can happen from human beings doing the job, it can happen. But for some reason an airplane has sailed out of frequency range coverage of the frequency they're on, the guard frequency coverage is everywhere. There's always transmitters everywhere that can also transmit on guard. Pretty much every transmitter that can transmit ATC anywhere also will have a guard frequency that it can transmit on. And so all the ATC controller has to do is just pull up ATC or pull up the guard frequency on a number of different transmitters, link them to his station, and just make a broadcast to try and find the aircraft. So JetBlue 994, if you hear Cleveland Center come up on frequency 121.17 or whatever the frequency is, 11987, whatever the frequency is, and they can make that broadcast on guard. And because everybody in theory should be listening to guard as well as their current ATC frequency, you can always get a hold of people. And it's a system that actually does work very well. I've fallen for it many times. Whether it was my fault or the controller's fault, I can't say. But it's not a big deal. But it's an easy way to get people back on the right frequency. So if you're a VATSIM flyer, monitor the guard frequency. Get in the habit now of monitoring the guard frequency 21.5. Because the other night I was flying. I think it was Friday night. I was flying. I wasn't flying to the FNO, but I was just flying somewhere that was kind of busy, and I was having fun. But I heard at least 3, if not 4, different calls on the guard frequency from ATC looking for airplanes that were missing, that had switched to the wrong frequency at the wrong time and were not talking to who they need to be talking to. And because everyone has the guard frequency up all the time, you can make a broadcast on it and everyone hears it, but hopefully the person that you're trying to get a hold of also hears it. And that's one of the reasons. The other reason for guard frequency is, of course, emergencies and getting a hold of people in an emergency. If you don't know what frequency to be on, 21.5 is being monitored by almost every airliner out there. It's being monitored by ATC anywhere you're within reception range of ATC. So broadcasting, emergencies on guard on 21.5, you're very likely to get a reaction from somebody, if not multiple people. The only downside to guard, and surprisingly this has come true on VATSIM as well, is for some reason. And this is a weird thing that is limited to the United States of America, but for some reason people think that because they have a pulpit in the land of the freedom of speech that they can use it to just be obnoxious. And the funny thing to me is that this only happens in the United States of America. So the location with some of the best paid pilots on the planet. There's some nice alliteration for you. Best paid pilots on the planet. that's the only place where people goof off on the guard frequency. You go to Europe, silent unless ATC is making a call. Even when you get in Canada and you get away from the US border, it's silent. Occasionally you might hear someone asking somebody something, a question, and you might get a response, but there's no goofing off, there's none of that. But for some reason in the US, you give people an open mic and they feel like they should just goof around on it. And the biggest problem with that is that once you start doing that and a couple people chime in and start goofing off back with you, then you get everyone else just going on the volume knob on guard, and all of a sudden nobody's listening on guard anymore because nobody wants to listen to the children goofing off on guard. You'll get people meowing. They're playing stupid sounds off their phones. They're, just be professionals, people, for the love of God. Just be professional. But you'll hear them doing that sort of thing on guard, and then, of course, you try to ignore it, but eventually it just gets loud and obnoxious. And I don't even mind the guard police who are like, you're on guard, you're on guard. No, you're on guard. One person just has to say it, okay? People make mistakes. They go to select the company frequency or whatever on COM2, and they just get the swap button, and so they broadcast, hey, JetBlue 994 inbound, we're going to be landing in 30 minutes, we need 10 wheelchairs or whatever on the guard frequency by mistake. We all make that mistake. But then 75 pilots immediately chime in and say, you're on guard, and you're on guard, and then everyone says, you're on guard. The people are saying you're on guard, and it never ends for about 10 minutes, and then everyone else just ends up just turning that frequency down, but then they forget to turn it back up again later. So instead of listening to guard and being able to hear when ATC is trying to get a hold of you, now you're not listening to it anymore because you didn't want to listen to the children goofing off. Children, stop goofing off, for the love of God. I don't think I'll ever make an impact on those people, but people are doing it on VATSIM now too, to the point where the supervisors have to send out periodic broadcast messages reminding people that guard frequency is to be monitored, but is not for personal communication. It's not for goofing around. I mean, at least on VATSIM, you have supervisors who can actually enforce the rules. In the real world, it's almost impossible to find who's doing it. It is really impossible to figure out who's doing it. It could be any number of people. It could be any number of thousands of airplanes. It's impossible to figure it out. Usually there's two people on the flight deck, so as long as the person goofing off, stop the person who's talking on the radio. Otherwise, nobody knows which flight deck that person who goofed off on guard is in. But that's when it just comes down to professionalism, people. For the love of God, professionalism. Just be a professional. You're being paid an exorbitant sum of money sometimes to sit in these flight decks. Just pull out your phone and just count the money in your bank account. Stop goofing around. Like, honest to God, it blows me away. Like, you're being paid to be professionals, and like sometimes you just act like children. And it just blows me away and frustrates me to no end. And now people are starting to do it on the VATSIM card frequency. At least on VATSIM, it's a computerized network. You can actually tell who's doing it. You can check the log if you really wanted to. And if it was becoming terribly problematic, you could probably actually take enforcement action against it. In the real world, enforcement action is unlikely to ever happen, unfortunately. That's why we just have to implore everyone to actually be a professional in the real world. It's tough. I find it amusing that people do that to a degree, but it quickly becomes old when I feel the need to turn it down. Once one person's done it and two people have done it, that's it. It's old. It's old news. Stop doing it. And it's so frustrating to listen to it. But the guard frequency is actually a useful tool, and VATSIM controllers have now actually started using it for one of its real-world applications, which is to try and find those lost aircraft. So for everybody out there that likes to fly in VATSIM, and especially if you like to fly during events when ATC is online and maybe it gets a little busy and stuff gets missed, monitor the guard frequency on COM2. And chances are at some point you will hear your call sign at some point. It's going to happen. It's inevitable. And nobody's perfect. Everyone makes mistakes, and you're going to get either missed or you're going to miss a call. Either way, have that guard frequency up. And boom, they call you on it. You're like, oh, okay, I have to do this frequency now. Boom, boom, boom. You're found without the need for private chat, without anything else like that. You're found. It's easy. It's a great system now that it works, and it is available to a lot of divisions now. And more divisions and technical managers and whoever else has maintained the division data are actually starting to add it more and more places. All right. So there goes, I think it's Loxy. This is the last waypoint before Ponset, so this is good. 17:08. Looks like we're now 2 minutes early. And fuel in the tanks, 5.4. We're still not burning any more fuel than planned. So even though we picked up the speed a little bit, we're a couple minutes ahead of schedule here. We're going to try to get to the gate. We'll definitely make it within the plus or minus 15 arrival window that airlines allow. Whether or not we make it to the gate at 48 after, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. If everything goes according to plan, we might just make it. But I'm not banking on that. But nevertheless, we are almost there. Whew. Didn't think we'd make it. It's a bit of a long flight. Gave me lots of chances to rant. No more ranting. No more ranting. Can't do it. Mustn't do it. What I saw at least one interesting news article here. One of my favorite websites, if you've never been to it as well, if you're at all a techie kind of person, and a lot of people I think that are in aviation are, is slashdot.org. It's one of the oldest news sites on the internet, I swear. Slashdot.org. So literally the word slash dot and then .org. But it's user submitted news, but it's more tech focused than anything. And yes, oh, this is what I actually said. This was actually, I thought it was relevant to our conversation from before, but Linux creator Linus Torvalds has blasted the AI industry as 90% marketing and 10% reality, which sounds about right. It's not that I don't believe in AI, it's that I don't believe in all the junk that they're trying to sell us as, oh, AI is going to do this, AI is going to do that, AI is going to save the world. I don't believe that for a second. I think it can be a useful tool, but I tend to agree, and in the same article it quotes the CEO of Baidu or Baidu, I don't even know, at the Chinese tech company, warned of an impending AI bubble, claiming that only 1% of companies would survive the fallout. Now, that may be a little bit extreme, but I tend to agree with that general philosophy that the vast majority of companies that are trying to sell us a whole load of AI, it's people just bandwagoning. And it's not going to be, there's not going to be that many AI companies in the future. And it's certainly not going to do all the things that people say it's going to do. It's one of those things. It could be a useful tool if you use it correctly and you apply appropriate guardrails to it. It's a useful algorithm, but I don't see it as being... I have a hard time seeing it as being as pivotal as people think it will be. I mean, maybe I didn't watch The Matrix close enough, and maybe maybe it will have a more pivotal impact, or the Terminator movies. Maybe the Terminators will come back and get me for criticizing the AI early on. Yes, that's my Arnold accent. It's not great. I know. Don't claim to be great at accents, really. But yeah. Anyways, I don't want to rant on AI anymore. But I thought that was interesting. That even Linus Torvalds thought, yeah, AI is 90% hype, and I tend to think that, and that's why I think my back bristles against it so much. Everyone's selling it as it's going to be the panacea to all the world's problems, and it's like it's not. It's just not. There's no way. It's too immature. It's got the maturity of a toddler at this point, and it will probably take the length of the growth cycle of an average human being for it to actually mature it to that level, to an adult level of intelligence. I think right now AI is deep in the toddler phase. It knows it can do stuff, but it has no idea what to do. It has no sense of direction. It has no ethics, no compass, no nothing like that. And it's imperative upon the parents to I hate to use the word impose, but I can't think of a better word right now, to impose a sense of ethics upon their child, to try and teach them the right from wrong, whether it be the digital child or not. Okay, that's probably enough. I'm going to start ranting about AI again, so I gotta cut myself off. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. What else can we talk about before we start down here? We're just a few minutes away from starting our topic descent here. I'm just trying to think here. What else can we talk about? I can't think of much else, really. I mean, 2024 is coming our way pretty quickly. FS 2024 is coming our way pretty quickly. I haven't pre-ordered it on Steam yet. I am really just waiting to see the initial kind of take up on it and how it impacts how it impacts people in their, you know, the sim. The one thing I read about it actually that was perhaps a little mind-numbing was the amount of data, and we talked. I think we talked about this in the last stream, but the amount of data that 2024 will suck up off the internet through your bandwidth, through your connection to broadcast this whole real world out there. The one report I saw said it could be up to 80 gigs per hour of simming. 80 gigs per hour that you run the sim is going to be what it takes to keep your sim world running. And I mean, 80 gigs doesn't even phase me as a number anymore because, like, you know, we measure data now more in terabytes than gigabytes, although for smaller things, we now measure it in gigabytes. But like, I just installed my NAS server that's got two 10 terabyte drives on it in RAID, so it's basically 10 terabytes of storage space on there. I've already filled up 30% of it, backing up various things I have on my computer, media, photos, other important documents. My whole Captain Nab's archive is now archived on there as well. You know, all these things, but like, yeah, 80 gigabytes, it's a lot of downloaded data. It really is. It truly is. And there's our thing. Flight attendants, 30 minutes to landing. But yeah, on an hourly basis, it doesn't sound like much, but start to multiply that. We just did a 4-hour flight. So now in 4 hours, you're now going to have downloaded 320 gigabytes of data. And I don't know how consistent that 80 is. It said, I'm pretty sure the phraseology was up to 80 gigabytes per hour. So I'm sure that you're not actually going to be 80 gigabytes every hour. The first hour probably will be 80 gigabytes while you're downloading whatever airport you start at and kind of branching off from there. And then as you're en route, well, of course, you downloaded some stuff last hour. That's also still included as what we've got. So I feel like it's not going to be 80 gigs per hour every hour, unless you're moving really quickly. But yeah, you could be looking at a single 4-hour flight. This is not like a crazy flight, but a single 4-hour flight, 320 gigabytes of data, a third of a terabyte of data for one flight. If you were to do the return flight in the same day and go flying for 8 hours, it's a lot. Okay, it is a lot, but you could do 2/3 of a terabyte. You could do almost a terabyte of data in a day, just simming. Not even including anything else. Not even like watching TV on Netflix while you're simming or anything else like that. Just the sim alone. The amounts of data will be simply phenomenal. Thank God I have unlimited internet. Thank God for that. Looking at my modem over there. Thank God you're unlimited because I don't have to worry about this thing. But I understand a lot of people are on, you know, there's still a lot of people in this world that are on capped internet plans. And I understand the need for ISPs to do that. Although I think in this age, like the idea of a capped internet connection is becoming more and more, at least a capped wired internet connection is becoming more and more, I hate to say unreasonable, but unlikely. With the amount of data that is expected to be streamed into our homes every day. Every company expects you to just stream data. Spotify, Netflix, Steam expects you to download all their games via Steam. Microsoft expects you to do everything in their cloud, and you're constantly accessing their cloud for work and saving everything in their drive. Not that I do that, but that's the expectation, is that everything you have is streamed directly off servers from the internet constantly. So the idea that you should cap your internet usage, I think it's becoming a bit of a passé thing. And I think the ISPs are more getting behind it. One of the original kind of things for capping was that there were usually a few power users that were using up to 50% of the bandwidth. So you'd get these power users that would be often downloading torrents and whatnot on the internet, or maybe even streaming their own live streams out there on the internet. But like from what I read, it was usually like 2 to 3% of the users on most ISPs were using 40 to 50% of the bandwidth. And like in one neighborhood, like one household might be using 90, 95% of the bandwidth in one neighborhood if there's one power user, and everybody else is just sort of a mild user. But again, with the way the world has shifted to this online everything streamed right now system we have, that's no longer tenable. It used to be that torrents made up the vast majority of data on the internet. just simply for the volume of data they were throwing around. They were doing it all in an automated fashion, constantly back and forth to each other, but it was something like 40 to 50% of the data flinging around the internet at one point in time was all just torrents being flung back and forth by various people. And that has now shifted, where video content is now by far the vast majority of what's going around on the internet. Most of it is legitimate legal content. So you got the YouTubes, you even have the Instagrams and TikToks, as well as, of course, the Netflix and Disney Plus and Hulu and HBO Max and whatever other streaming services. But video is really the vast majority of what's flinging around the internet right now. The vast majority of that content is legal, so capping was often a way to not only keep your high-end users a little bit lower, but also just to sort of mitigate. Let's be honest, piracy. Torrenting was majorly was a major source of pirating of all sorts of things, whether it be movies and music or video games or whatnot. But the vast majority of people who are using these vast amounts of data now are now legal users. You can get a family of 4. You can get 4 people in the house streaming Netflix at the same time. It's a vast amount of data that comes down all at once. Totally legitimate. So capping people, I think, is becoming a very antiquated concept. I don't think it's something that's going to survive much longer for the ISPs that do have it, because most people have an option. It usually cost is the biggest thing now for the users. But the infrastructure has become so robust that it can usually support a lot of streaming. That capping internet is now is very unlikely. Yeah, and I mean, this goes back quite a few years now. I just quickly Googled it here, but in 2022, 65% of all internet traffic came from video sites, which is just crazy when you start to think about how much data that is that's being sucked up, and it's all video. Some of it is useless, and even my 11-year-old daughter acknowledges how bad like YouTube has gotten and how bad the content farms are on YouTube that are just out there just trying to make a click and collect a buck off every single click. Even in 2019, video accounted for 60% of downstream. Here's a good little thing here. Global application category by traffic share. So video streaming represented 60% of all downloads, about 22% of all uploads. Web surfing represented about 13%, so that was next, was just surfing the web itself. Gaming, 8%, social, 6%, file sharing is down at 4%. It used to be huge, just because of the amounts of data that were being shared, even by a smaller number of users. But just video streaming, video streaming didn't used to exist, really. That was the thing, was videos was barely even a thing back in the day. Messaging is barely even on there, security, VPN, yeah, and America's traffic share. Media stream, operator IPTV, Netflix, YouTube. Even Netflix couldn't catch up to just the generic categories. Interesting stuff. But yeah, so the idea of capping, ISPs capping stuff now has become a rather antiquated idea, because you just can't justify capping anymore. It's not there to mitigate nefarious behavior, because the fact is most people are watching all this video. All right, we're just coming up to our top at descent point there. I see it coming there. So I got 6,000 feet set, which is the bottom altitude on the star. And here we go now. Descend, all blue, Mach. Set manage speed. There's manage speed. Hey, you made it back. Unusual bends back. Perfect. Welcome back. You got it just in time for the top of descent point. And because we're now going down, even though the temperature's cold, we must have the engine anti-ice on. So there is a limitation in the A320, and it's most airliners nowadays, I think, that if the outside air temperature, the static air temperature, is below minus 40, you don't need the anti-ice on, because at minus 40, the amount of ice crystals that the air can actually hold is so minimal that you're not going to get any buildup on the aircraft. But once we start to decelerate and descend again, that is usually only valid when you're at high power settings and climb and cruise. Once you start to cool the engines off by bringing them back to idle for the descent, and there's thrust idle, it's no longer applicable. So we need the anti-ice on because we are in visible moisture. We're descending through a cloud. All right. We are almost to Boston. I didn't think we were going to make it today. I thought we were going to have a failure. I didn't get as many viewers as I'd like. I'd like to see about 8 to 10 viewers, and then we'll start really failing some serious stuff. We did the hydraulic failure last time. It was interesting, but again, it brings up the point that, like, no one failure should ever bring down an airplane. And Airbus has definitely tried to live by that credo. A single hydraulic system failure in an Airbus is a non-event. You run a checklist and boom, it's done. Nothing happens. Dual hydraulic failure, okay, that's a very serious event now. A dual hydraulic failure, okay, now you're down to only one system. You've lost 2/3 of your redundancy, and chances are you've lost a few individual components of the system. Now you've got some serious problems. But single hydraulic failure, use de-icer in all seasons, dude. It's minus 40, it's minus 35 outside right now. Yeah, the anti-ice is going on because you don't want the airplane to stall when you're at altitude. So you need the anti-ice on at all times. All right, we're having a little hard time tracking this here. So she's running right at the top of the margin here. I don't know if you can see this, but it's running right at the top of the speed margin here, plus or minus 20 knots, although just below the red line. And we still can't quite catch up to the path here. It's trying, but it's just not able to keep it up. So I'm going to just sort of let it go for now because we just have to cross a bunch of above restrictions initially. So I'm just going to sort of let it go and see if the winds shift eventually and let us get back on path. I'm not going to be obsessed with the path at this point because we're still pretty high, pretty far back. But yes, absolutely. Use the anti-ice all times a year depending on the conditions outside, because when we go up to 35,000 feet, it's minus 30 degrees outside. Stuff could freeze on the airplane at this altitude. When I get down to probably 8,000 feet, it'll definitely have gone off because then we won't be in cloud anymore, but also because the temperature will have gone up above zero. And in fact, we can actually turn it off soon because there's two temperatures we need to look at. We need to look at the static temperature, but we also need to look at the total air temperature. So the total air temperature is the temperature of the outside air with additional compensation for the fact that you're moving through the air. And as the air hits the airplane, we are moving so fast as we approach 75% the speed of sound that the air is actually compressing as it hits pretend this is the leading edge of the wing. As the air hits the leading edge of the wing, it's actually compressing because it's hitting it so fast. That compression is actually heating the air. So the air that's actually hitting the airplane, the air outside the airplane is actually minus 24 degrees, but we're moving so fast that the air that hits the airplane is actually basically 5 degrees above zero because of all that compressibility heating. As we just slow down and go down, that's going to become less and less of an issue. Back in the day during descent, I would randomly encounter stalls of varying length and severity. I never thought it might be due to ice. It very well might have been. If you have any visible moisture and your temperature is either, and your total air temperature is below 10 degrees, you must have the anti-ice on. That is a restriction of every transport category aircraft that I'm aware of. You must have the ice protection on below 10 degrees. The only one where that's not a case is the 737 right now, the MAX 737s, because they have problems with the anti-ice system. You must make sure that you also turn it off as soon as there is no visible moisture. So even here, if we were in a 37 MAX, we're between cloud layers here, I can leave this on. It's fine. It doesn't really do any harm to do it on. In the 37 MAX, it does. If you're not actually actively melting ice, there's a chance that the system can actually overheat and melt part of the engine cowl. They discovered this after they started selling the airplane and shipping the airplane. So now all the 737 MAXs, you must turn the anti-ice off as soon as you're out of icing conditions and turn it on as soon as you get into it again. Most other airplanes, it's not an issue, but they changed the design of the cowl on the 37 MAX using a new material that they didn't realize at the time was less impervious to heat. Yeah, Boeing. I know. It used to be one of the best engineering companies in the world, and then McDonnell Douglas merged with it, and all they care about is the bottom dollar. They don't care about building good products. They care about shareholder returns for the next 3 months. And you can't, especially in the aviation industry, you can't be thinking short term. In the airliner manufacturing, was the best, now potentially the worst. Absolutely. 100% agree with you. They used to be the best, and now, like, you can't be thinking 3 months, 6 months, 1 year stock returns when you're in the airliner business. Your order book is got to be out there for years. You're not going to make money back on your new research projects for the better part of a decade, at least 5 if not 10 years after your product launches, 10 years easily after the research starts. You've got to be playing the long game. You've got to build a quality product that people are going to want to buy. Captain Michael, hi. Currently flying the second best Boeing ever made, 744. Hey, I like the 744. I like all the 74s. The 74 was a fantastic airplane. The 737 was a good airplane in its original iterations. It's just like the MAX pushed that airframe too far, and the Boeing engineers are underpaid and being pressured to get this thing out the door. There's so many problems at Boeing. I don't know how they can really turn it around. All right, so we got still a TAT of +3 because we're now decelerating as we go down the star. We are getting a little bit high here on the star now. Now we're about 1,000 feet high. So now I am going to start using the speed brakes to kind of slow us down a little bit. And there's transition, and we need to get this up to 3047, I believe it is.
2999 set passing 17,100.
I'm not done at all. I'm pretty sure it was 3047, or maybe it was 57. Hold on. Let's pull up that ATIS and check. All right, Boston ATIS, 3054. All right, 3054, which is 1034 millibars, because this is one thing that I wish they would fix, is add a standby altimeter that is in inches. And all they got to do is just change the unit on there. No, but the 747-400, it was truly a beautiful airplane. I think it's the epitome of Boeing's design. I think it was the pinnacle of Boeing's designs. I really do. I think it's a fantastic airplane. It was a somewhat modern airplane with a somewhat glass flight deck. It's not quite up to the modern standards, but yeah, it just doesn't. Yeah. Boeing lost their way a long time ago, unfortunately. It's unfortunate because they were a powerhouse of manufacturing and engineering, and instead they got so obsessed with this, and so many companies are falling for this now, and we're realizing this, that like, you can't just keep feeding money back to the shareholders at the expense of the actual company, or the company will cease to exist. Car companies are learning this, airlines are learning this, airframers are learning this. Like, you've got to reinvest money in the company, and you've got to reinvest in your customers as well as your shareholders. I'm not saying don't give money back to the shareholders ever, but it's got to be a balance. And Boeing has gone just to the every penny we ever make goes to shareholders, and that's it. And this is the end result: is you end up with products that are inferior, that are faulty. You end up with faulty production lines, quality control issues. You end up with all sorts of stuff here. All right, I think it's going to be bumpy in these clouds, so we're going to just give them a double ding a little early here. There we go. So we got to be below 12,000 for autumn. We're just going to make it into this window here. Yeah, we're back on path now, actually, so I'm going to stow the speed brakes. That got us back on path nicely. And since we're doing that, let's just do this. Approach checklist. 3054 inches set.
3054 set seat belts.
On.
Minimum.
216 feet set.
Auto brake.
Low armed.
Engine mode selected.
Normal.
Approach checklist complete.
Alright, this looks like it might actually be a little bit rough and rocky in here. Let's get the localizer button on there. And temperature's just coming through +10 right now. It's 10 and below, +10 and below. Oh, there's the TAT is now +11. The only problem with this is we got another decel coming up. It's not a very substantial decel. I'll go ahead and shut off the anti-ice for now. We'll keep an eye on that temperature, because we're going to decelerate to 250 knots. We're doing 270 right now. We're going to decelerate a little more, so we're going to get a little bit less compression heating. It's going to be a little bit cooler again in a minute here. So let's see what happens. Not all the 747s were good. Just look at the Dreamliner with their messed up aerodynamics, and the 800 with the underpowered engines. Well, and that's the thing, is that Boeing back in the day was a very American company, and the solution to everything was just more power. Just throw bigger engines on it. It doesn't climb, doesn't meet the performance gradient. Throw bigger engines on it. Rather than find a way to make the design more efficient, they just throw more power at it. Airbus kind of is at the opposite end of the spectrum, where it's all about the efficiency of the operation. All right, so we're crossing winter between 10 and 8 and 250 knots. Looking good. But you end up with an airplane like the A321, which is very underpowered. and it can take you 100, 120, 130 miles to climb to cruise in the 321, whereas in like a 37, you'll be up there in half the time because, again, we threw bigger engines at it. We burned more fuel, but we threw bigger engines at it. And so I think that's probably what Boeing was kind of targeting more with the 747-800 was we're going to take the 747 airframe, but we're going to try and make it as efficient as possible. What you end up with, of course, is something that a lot of people say is underpowered. It meets the criteria. It doesn't have the surplus power that used to exist in a lot of these situations. So there's a TAT of +10 again. Technically, I should have the anti-ice on. Lights are on. You can kind of see through the clouds anyways. We're going to come out the bottom here shortly, so it's not too much of an issue. And it's well below, or it's well into the plus temperatures as well, so as we go down, the ice will melt.
Please stow your tray tables or return your seats to their upright positions and check the security of your seatbelts. We will be landing shortly. Thank you.
Boston traffic, good afternoon. JetBlue 944, correction 994 is about 15 miles west of the field. We're just about to start a right down one for the ILS runway 22 left, Boston. All right, she wants more drag. It's not too bad here. Flight deck, captain speaking.
The cabin is now secure for landing.
Thank you. All right, just a little bit dreary down here, but there you go. I see the Boston Logan Airport down there. Nice, nice, nice. Looking good. We're going to come down through here. Harris, Islay. 6,000 at 220 knots. We're just a tiny bit above the path, but we're pretty darn close to it. So I'm not gonna throw the speed brakes out just yet. All right, how's that TAT doing now? Because we're slowing down even more, the TAT's down to +9, so it's a good move to put on the anti-ice. We're just coming out the bottom of the clouds here, so we can take it off in a minute, but we're gonna have it on for now. Yeah, and Airbus takes years to climb, and that's just it. Airbus sat down and they said, let's make an efficient transportation machine. Things that, a machine that will move items and people efficiently from point A to point B, and that's why it climbs the way it does. It's the engines are 7,000, 6,000, perfect. And that's why the Airbus moves the way it does. Yes, I have flown to Boston many times. I like it as an airport. It's a nice airport. Controllers know what they're doing for the most part. I had one mess with me and complained to me afterwards. I'm like, well, you guys messed with me. I'm just doing what I can as a pilot. All right, slowing down to 220 for Islay. But yeah, that's the Airbus way. Was they just looked at it. Their airplane meets the minimum climb gradients. It meets the minimum engine out performance criteria. It will meet those requirements, but it doesn't have a lot of excess thrust for climbing. It'll get to cruise eventually. People say Airbus flies itself, Boeing, you have complete control. And I know people say that. I would disagree with that, though. The Airbus, it does fly itself if you set it up properly. But first of all, you have to program it properly. But sometimes you do need to step in and take over. There are times where you do need to step in and take over. And you've got to be ready for that. Speed, Alt-Star. All right, let's go ahead and go flaps 1. Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps 1.
No change in status, remove status, remove status. But you do need to still manage it. Just like any other airplane, the airplane will fly the trajectory you've told it to fly, but you still have to pick the trajectory and make it reasonable. All right, so I know it says 6,000 at 210. In reality, most of the time you're going to be on vectors at this point. So you get down to 4,000. So thrust idle, open descent 4,000. I'm going to bring the speed back to 210. Speed 210 selected. Thrust idle, open descent, all blue, 4,000 feet set. And we're just going to come down a little bit here. And then we'll turn it down towards Noli.
643 descending through the Scox 3 arrivals for runway 29. Level 1000 by Scox, Portland.
Portland. So do you have control? I mean, I do have control. Like, I am letting the autopilot fly it, but I am now managing the aircraft with the SCU. If I wanted to, I could take the autopilot off, but I don't trust this guy to do all the stuff for me here. So give me 1 second here. Let me just do a couple things here. I did it the other day. I had a simulated electrical emergency after departure, and the autopilot went off anyway, so I was flying it. I was just like, I'm just turning this right back to the airport. I don't even care what the guidance is telling me right now. All right, there's 5 descending 4. And let's just do, because I have to just set this up really quickly to make sure that the waypoints all do track, same as you would do in a Boeing. I'm just going to do direct noli radial in, insert that, and it's going to arm nav mode. I'm going to take nav mode back off, and we're going to hand fly this onto final here. So let's go 130 heading. There's 4,000 descending, 3,000, speeds 210. We got flaps 1. Anti-ice can go off now for sure. Yeah, we're under the clouds anyways. All right, alt. All right, so now I've got everything kind of configured. I'm just going to arm the approach mode in a second here. So I'm just going to go ahead and go autopilot off, and it's now my airplane. It's a nice enough day here in Boston. It's a lot of stuff to do single pilot. It can be, absolutely. I'm just going to go just there. You go. That's a more natural hand position for the yoke there. All right, and so we're going to go ahead and go heading of 190 for the intercept. I'm going to arm approach mode. I'm not going to arm the second pilot, so now we're just going to be Cat 1 approach only. There's Lokestar for the Cat 1. I'm going to go ahead and bring the speed back to 190. So the auto thrust is still flying the engines, but I'm flying the airplane itself now. And you can do an approach, and I've seen people do it, and you can do an approach like complete guidance off. You can do autopilots off, flight directors off, auto thrust off, and fly it yourself on raw data. The training requires you to do that. It's not something you'd normally do in an airline operation, but it is possible to definitely do it. And you're going to make me demonstrate it, aren't you? Why did the ignition stay on when the anti-ice came off? That's weird. The ignition should have gone off. All right. I'm not doing the best job here because I'm kind of looking around and doing other stuff all at once here. Flaps 2.
Speed checked. Flaps 2.
All right, there's glide slope start. Missed approach altitude of 3,000 feet is now set. And just to show you that it can be done. Ugh, I'm going to probably regret this. Boston traffic. JetBlue 994 is established on a 10-mile final, runway 22 left. All right, so just to show you that it can be done. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go flight directors off. Goodbye, flight directors. I'll give myself the bird just for a little bit of assistance here. And we'll go auto thrust off. All right, auto thrust is now off. I'm going to manage the speed so it's a little bit easier so I'm not pressing buttons so much. Are there any production aircraft that can be landed remotely or by computer autonomy? I think there are some drones that can. There's no production civilian airliners I can think of. All right, so I now have auto thrust off, flight directors off, autopilot off. We're now doing a hand-flown approach. It's a nice day. You probably wouldn't do this to Boston just because Boston is a busy airport. It's not the kind of airport where you'd want to do this sort of thing. All right.
2,500.
Radar activated.
So going a little bit faster than I'd like to, but there you go. This should keep us fairly well centered here. All right, and we'll just reset the altitude there to get rid of the alert because we descended through it. We were not in glide slope mode. Gear down.
Gear down. Cabin crew is seated for landing.
Let's see inbound course. This is 219, right? Don't have anything I need here. Nothing I need. I'm trying to look away and figure out what the inbound course is to Boston here. I think it's 219. I'd have the approach up on my tablet, but It is 215, so we should put 215 track on there. That's why I'm having a hard time with the tracking. There we go. All right, there's track 215. Let's go. That was focus. Let's approach altitude 3000 set. Flaps 3.
Speed checked. Flaps 3.
Flaps full.
Speed checked. Flaps full.
Landing checklist.
Cam memo.
Landing no blue.
Landing checklist complete. 1000.
All right, so the VAP speed is 144. We are getting a little bit off now because I'm kind of looking inside the airplane instead of outside. So let's get back on slope and back on track. Still visual. I think we can still recover this within the next 200-300 feet here.
Sync rate.
Correcting.
Boston traffic of the 1412, taking off runway 22 right.
Boston traffic, JetBlue 994, 1 mile final, 22 left. So don't tell me you can't hand fly an Airbus. I'm a little bit out of practice, but it's definitely doable. Whoa. Continue.
Pitch minimum. Sync
Whoa.
rate.
What is going on here? I don't know what happened there. That was weird. There was like a little hesitation there.
20, retard. 5.
Spoilers.
That was weird.
Cell. 70 knots.
I don't know what happened there. That was really weird little glitch there. I was about a second away from calling a go around. But we made it. That was the strangest thing, like a nose over like 300 feet. Frightening. There goes the Delta flight. Boston traffic, JetBlue 994 is clear. Runway 22 left. We see the departing traffic crossing 22 right now for the terminal.
Boston traffic, Delta 1412, passing 1,500, clear runway 22 right, final call for Boston.
This is your captain speaking. Sorry for the rough landing, but my frame rate dropped. You know, I think that might have been a part of it anyways, and I find that it does happen sometimes with Fenix. It does get, it's using up a lot of my computer. All right. Crossing runway 22 right, clear left and right. All right, let's just get across this inner runway, and then we can go to the gate. And oh, that guy better not be parked on Charlie 10. We're going to be ticked. Somebody might be parked on Charlie 10 by the looks of it. Looks like there's a heavy pushing off ahead of us there, but we're going to make the right turn here and take Alpha in down to the gate. Yeah, and I mean, that's the sim world. It's not a perfect replica. You try to make it as good as you can, but it's not a perfect replica. All right. Oops, not the beacon. Strobe. All right, gonna disarm the spoilers. That's going to make him do everything else. And one thing I didn't do actually while we were inbound there, because I was actually focusing on flying the approach and chatting away there, was I never did trigger GSX for the gate. So hopefully this guy's not parked at my gate, because I had Charlie 20 as the gate. And if it is, we can park at the next gate. Don't need to follow me. All right. JetBlue Airways, thank you. All right. In the meantime, ECAM action. So electrical generator 1 off. That's what we know about for the MEL. Clear elect, clear elect. Status, nothing changed in the status. Remove status, remove status. ECAM actions are complete. All right. The APU is up and running. He didn't try to shut it down, so that's good. I'm just going to look around and make sure he did all the rest of the after landing stuff. He did. He killed the radar. Good. Get one of the packs off as well. It's not warm here. We don't need 2 packs running. That airplane could very well be parked on Charlie 20 though. Yeah, it must have been a frame rate glitch or something. It was everything was looking pretty nice. I was a tiny bit slow. I was recovering though, and then all of a sudden the airplane just nosed right over. That was a little bit weird. But you got to take those simisms sometimes just with a little grain of salt. And Boston is one of those ones too. It is a pretty frame rate intensive airport. I will also acknowledge that.
Traffic, JetBlue 321, Charlie 16, pushing back south.
And JetBlue, if you can just stand by 30 seconds, we're just going to pass behind you.
Not a problem at all.
Thanks. So Unusual Ben wants to know, for the airports that you do fly to in-game and have visited IRL, how do you think MSFS matches up to what the airport taxiways and runways? The default scenery in some places is really quite good. At some of the bespoke airports, you're good. Thank you.
Very well. Have a good day.
You too. And this is one that's really good. Like Boston is, the Fly Tampa scenery is just phenomenal. The only thing that sometimes is a little bit over the top is the lights everywhere. During the daytime they wouldn't be on, and I realize that that's a problem, is that it's hard to simulate that sort of thing here. Which one's Charlie 20? Hold on. Charlie 20 is not the one on the corner here, is it? Where's my freaking charts? Okay, stop for a second, figure it out. Charlie 20. No, it shouldn't be the one on like an extreme angle on the corner. It should be this next one here. I'm pretty sure here. So, I mean, that's, you know, that's not great, but like the overall effect is great. I love that you can see the bridge over here, the lift bridge over there. You can see the little, the church on the hill. Yeah. The fidelity is usually not always great, and I think that that's an acceptable compromise because there's only so much data you can put in the sim. I mean, this download, I think, for Fly Tampa Boston's 2 or 3 gigs by itself. So, like, there's only so much data you can realistically put in the sim. All right, marshalers in sight. But in terms of the overall accuracy, I'd say they're generally, maybe not the default airports. Radar's off, accumulator's good. Where are you going? And this is what happens when you try to look down and do the FO's job while you're doing the captain's job. But the airport layouts, yes, 100%. I mean, these Navigraph charts, they're the real deal. Navigraph charts are the real deal. They're the actual, they're copies of the actual real-world current Jeppesen charts. So in general, the layouts are pretty good. The detail, the fidelity may not always be there, especially on default airports. But no, the layout is fairly accurate. It's easy to kind of convince yourself that you are really there. All right, the parking brake's on. APUs on. Engines off. We're there. Yes, I definitely I feel like I'm in Boston. Please remember to submit your flight. Thank you. My God, the frame rate is fantastic right now. All right, so it should bring the bridge over here. Oh, wait, I have to turn off the beacon first. Just make sure the engine is shutting down. Yeah, it's pretty slow. Beacon on. That'll trigger everything now. The bridge will come over. They'll start deboarding. Here comes the bridge. Here comes the deboarding. You know, it's not perfect. You can see a little tiny gap in the bottom of the bridge there. It's not perfect. But the overall effect, like with this marshaller here, bringing you in. You said stop. I stopped. The overall impact is really quite good. And so, like, you can, like, lose yourself in it. You can lose yourself in it. You can convince yourself that you are where you think you are. You're in Boston. You've got to follow the correct procedures for Boston. We can put that on. Yeah, you can very much lose yourself in it. I have done more than my fair share of scenarios where I've set something pretty serious with the airplane, whether it be a fire or you know, depressurization or something like that, and I land afterwards and I'm sweating. You know, my palms are sweaty. I've got a cold sweat. Like I 100% believe everything that happens. So you have to be willing to believe it. Let's see here. Wheels. Yeah, that's very reasonable. Fuel and status. Nothing on there. Positions. IRS is the worst. Is 4.1. That's under 5. So that's still within limits. Let's see here. We burned 10,100. We started with 14.1, so that takes us up to about 14.3. So that's very reasonable. Transponder to standby. So much for ATC. Whatever. What are you going to do? And all right, parking checklist. Parking checklist.
Parking brake or chocks.
Set.
Engines.
Off.
Wing lights.
Off.
Fuel pump.
Boston traffic, JetBlue 321, taxiing 22 right via Alpha November, crossing 15 left and right at November.
Repeat last.
Fuel pumps.
Off.
Parking checklist complete.
All right, we're done. How much fuel did I have left over? Oh yeah, we were going to look at that. Right now we've got about 4 tons, which is about what SimBrief originally planned us for. So the SimBrief plans are generally very accurate here. I just find, especially when you're sitting at the gate before departure, the fuel prediction in cancel checklist,
Roger.
and that the fuel predictions, SimBrief's fuel predictions are pretty good. So their expectation was that we were going to land with we're going to burn about 9.5. I burned a little bit more than that because I went a little faster. But so yeah, so we started with 14.5. So we should have ended with about 5 tons. 4 tons. It's definitely within reason with some extra taxi fuel, the MEL, APU burning some extra fuel. So everything, I think SimBrief is generally pretty close. The predictions when we were sitting at the gate were a little bit ridiculous. If you ever get the VR headset you spoke of earlier, you should try MSFS in VR. It's insane. I don't think I need to, just because I get to do it. I could do the real thing, but I can understand it. The only thing is, like, I like having like these touchable knobs. Like I have my mini FCU, and I adore it. I love it. The push, the pull, the tactile nature of all those knobs. I hate mousing around my airplane. I can't wait for Mini FCU is releasing the Mini EFIS. So this right here. So I have the FCU, which is the flight control unit, which is everything from between these two lines here. This whole guidance panel right here. I have this right now, and Mini Cockpit is going to be releasing sometime within the next couple weeks Mini FCU or Mini EFIS, which is basically this whole panel plus the chrono button. So you'll be able to control the range, the localizer, the altimeter setting, all this stuff with your fingers. And like that's just huge for me. That's so important. Is actually being able to do stuff on realistic tactile feedback. So I have I went all out on Airbus. I have the Thrustmaster side stick. I have the Thrustmaster TCA throttle quadrant with the add-on. So I have the thrust levers with detents, with reversing lockout latches. I have the speed brake lever. I have the flap lever. I have the engine ignition. I have the parking brake. I have everything's tactile. So the only trouble with VR is like the fact you wouldn't be able to see that tactile stuff when you're trying to touch it. And I feel like that would almost be, I think that would almost be a step backwards. It's certain things that would be great, and I think just for sort of flying an airplane around and just having your hands just on the control column and the thrust levers, you could do it. But the second you need to start using auxiliary buttons and things like that, it would be very hard to do, I think. I still, it's as realistic as you want it to be. And I think it's a very good way to put it. Like having a marshaller here to actually guide you and to provide that guidance when you're getting to the gate is fantastic. GSX totally worth it just for that alone. Just having, what am I trying to say here? It's the same thing when you go into like a full motion simulator. You know it's a simulator. You always know at the back of your mind it's a simulator. But you will get out of it what you put into it. If you let go of that voice in the back of your head that says it's only a simulator, and you go and you do the job every day the exact same way you would do it in the real airplane, you'll buy it, you'll believe it, you'll believe the sim's a real airplane until the instructor turns on the lights at the end of the session and says, "Okay, that was a good job. We're all done." And you're like, "What? We're in the sim? Oh shoot, I forgot. I thought we were in Montreal now." Or you can go into it and say, I know this is a sim, and I'm just going to do the motions that I'm supposed to do and do all those items and know everything that's going to happen. Like, there are people who go into the sim and they know everything that's going to happen. They talk to their buddies, they find out the scripts, and they know everything that's going to happen before it happens. And they're ready for those particular things. They do them in order, and that's it. But I don't think you learn from that. I don't think you lose the benefit of the simulator from doing that. The benefit of the simulator is you get to practice things you wouldn't normally do. You get to get this startle effect from time to time. So things will shock you. I like to go in there and be shocked in the sim, not because I want to do poorly, but because I want to learn about myself, about what happens when I see something shocking and unusual that I wasn't expecting, and how do I react to it. And can I react better to it? Can I learn from that? Can I react better to it? If you know everything that's going to happen, you're not going to do that. So I understand people who kind of they want to beat the system. They want to make sure that they, of course, they don't fail, and I don't want to fail. I don't want anybody else to fail. But they're so concerned, worried about failing that they want every advantage they can get. Which is, again, I can understand that argument. As a pilot, you're very smart to take every advantage you can get and have every piece of knowledge that you can, to do the job to the best of your ability. But in the sim, there is jeopardy on your ability to keep on flying. But it's also the chance to truly learn from your mistakes and make mistakes and move and benefit from that. And so I get the people who make that argument that, like, I want to be as best prepared as I can. But I get that people want to make that best foot forward you can. But the sim, you've got to treat it as much as possible like a line flight, and it usually works for a while until you start doing repositioning. So when you do the first sim session, usually the first lap around the sim, you get an engine failure or fire or something like that, and you carry the whole thing through. You circle around, you do your checklist, you come back and you land again, and everything is, that's a very normal flight. And then the instructor takes over the sim. Okay, you're back at the threshold of the runway. This is cleared. That's happened. And all of a sudden you're completely out of it. When you go through the whole process of setting up a flight and briefing your departure and doing that departure and coming back, it sets you in that frame of mind. The second they start repositioning yourself, okay, now you're on final at 10 miles and this has happened. Do that exercise. You start to lose the ability to correlate that to the real world and say this is a real flight. Now you are just checking those boxes, and it's unfortunate when that happens because I find my learning goes down when that happens. I can practice the individual skills, but my overall learning goes down. I learn so much more when we do a flight from start to finish, and I have to do everything. Or, well, myself and my partner, we have to do everything. We have to make sure we're doing it according to the book, and if we make a mistake, we're going to get called down on it later. We're going to carry on. We're going to come back to that later and talk about it afterwards. So you can get out of any simulator what you're willing to put into it in terms of believing it as much as you want to believe. And that goes for Microsoft Flight Simulator, that goes for a full motion sim. If you don't want to believe that you're really in the airplane doing the job for real, nothing I can tell you is going to make you learn any better. All right, I'm just going to kill... Was I on the wrong frequency? I swear I swapped it to... Did I not swap it? I was broadcasting on the wrong frequency the whole time. How many other people are on the wrong frequency? Wow. I must have been on the right frequency because there's enough other people on it. Anyways. Yeah, exactly. You're not even sure. Sometimes you're not even sure where you are or what you're doing anymore. Is the engine failed? Is it still running? It failed before. Is it still failed? Like, it takes you so far out of that frame of mind, it's almost impossible to deal with it. So, yeah. But anyways, I digress. We're here, everybody. I never even did kind of an update here on our pilot flight career. There's not much change anyways. I mean, we're just mid-season. We're carrying on. We're submitting our final results. The next one, I don't even remember what the next flight is, to be honest. Well, we're going to have to look at it here to see, but it's definitely going to be at least 3 weeks, if not more, before I get a chance to do it. It'll be sometime, hopefully, before the end of November, but that really depends on how well things go in November and how the schedule evolves. It could end up being a very busy day, a very busy month. So next is Boston... oh, not the logbook. That's not what we're looking for. Don't tell me where I've been. Tell me where I'm going. Next, I'm going Boston down to Fort Lauderdale. So down the East Coast again, down to Fort Lauderdale. It seems to be what JetBlue does a lot, up and down the East Coast. It's a good market. And I definitely am slowly working my way up on the experience level. Yeah, I'm not doing too badly here. 4691, only about 3,009 points to go, 3,008 points to go until I get my next promotion. salary income credited as a result of your last week's flight. I was credited $210. I'm going to get about $210 for this one too. 4-hour flight at $50 an hour. It's not much, but we're getting there. But we're about to get a promotion soon too, so that'll increase the rate at which we, our pay rate definitely. Yeah, but anyways, I think that's all I got time for today, guys. The testes showed not interested in the emergency and acted like robots in a sim. Sorry, I didn't read your comments there. A perfect example of what you're talking about. The bullshit flight testing done by the FAA and reviewing the Miracle on the Hudson incident. The testes showed not interested in the emergency and acted like robots in sim. Yeah, I mean, when you know what's going to happen, you're going to get to 2,900 feet, both engines are going to flame out. Turn towards the airport and try and land at it. When you know what's going to happen ahead of time, you don't have to make any decisions. It's easy. It's when you don't know what's going to happen. They knew what was going to do. They had planned their response ahead of time. It's when you don't know. That's what I'm talking about with like Fenix not being always great in the emergency triggers. Like I would love to hit that random thing and have it trigger like an engine failure while we're cruising along at 33,000 feet. And catch me off guard. I'm not ready for that. I mean, every time I trigger a failure, it's like ELAC fault, ELAC 2 off, ELAC 2 on, fault cleared. End of ECAM. It's not very exciting. It's like, yeah, I enjoy those ones. It's one of the things I do like about Fenix is the fact that you can set up the failures remotely in the tablet. That is so cool because what I've done is I told my wife how to do it. I gave her the address. It seems to be locked up. Oh, never mind. Okay, dismiss. I gave her the address of the tablet, so when I'm going flying and she's home, she will set off random failures in my airplane, and I won't know what's coming. So the other day, I did a double electrical failure, electrical emergency, and a rapid depressurization in 2 different flights. I don't know what's coming. I don't know when it's coming. And that's the part that you need to practice. It's easy to kind of do stuff when you know what's going to happen. And when I program my own failures, I try and, if I have to program my own failures, I'll try and do it with a time frame on it. I'll try and do it where, like, I'll say engine fail in like 1 hour and 12 minutes. And then I won't look at the time and I won't know when it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen, but at least I don't know when. And when it does happen, it's at least a little bit shocking. I almost wish that there was a way to get you guys, you can only do this on your local network. If I could find a way for you guys to be able to fail stuff for me in flight, that would be really fun too, just to deal with it. I wouldn't want to see a crazy number of failures, but if I could give someone the ability to do it remotely. That's a good woman trying to virtually kill you, yeah. But it works because I don't know what's coming. It's the only way to do it. Otherwise, I know the failures that are coming, and in my mind, I'm already rehearsing it. You need to be caught off guard. That's the best way to really, truly practice, train, and learn. Anyways, I think that's enough for today, guys. I've really enjoyed this. I hope you enjoyed it too. Unusual Ben, thank you so much for all the questions. It was really great. I had a great time talking about it. I hope you learned something because I definitely tried my best to share what I did. And yeah, it's going to be a while before I get another stream in. I might get a couple of ATC streams in the next couple of weeks, but the next flight stream's not for at least 3 weeks. So I hope you enjoyed this one. I hope you enjoyed this one, and hopefully I'll see you on the VATSIM network soon on one of these streams. Anyways, in the meantime, enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you guys for watching. We'll see you all out there on the VATSIM skies.